gets it with a fabulous ton-topping checkout of 103. Trina gets a go at top through a ton-topper of her own. Fabulous finish from Trina Gulliver to level this match.
An opportunity here for Sheldon. He's 36 for a break. Finds it 2-dot checkout on 93. Good throw. But Rhiannon O'Sullivan most definitely will be happy with that.
Double 16. Oh, what a way to win it.
Champagne finish. Bullseye. Beautifully done by Bo. And she gets the better with Trina Gulliver. Double. Sherritt climbs the ladder. She breaks Vinnakainen. Leads 2-1.
Beans on toast, probably. And Bo Greaves takes out the 1-2-1. 60. It is ball left. You are right, Rhiannon. You are so right, Rhiannon. Well, that is the ultimate irony. Welcome along to Women's Week here at the Modus Super Series. We're halfway through what has been a very competitive, very entertaining week of action so far. What we do know is that Bo Greaves is already through to finals night, having won Group A earlier in the week. Laura Turner was with us at the start of the day, at the start of the week rather, but it's now Scott Mitchell alongside me. Laura, of course, is going to be playing on that stage, and you're someone who's had that feeling of going from commentator to player. What will she be going through right now?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you've invited me because I wear pink and it's Ladies' Week is what I was thinking. But anyway, yeah. It's always difficult to take your commentator's head off when you go straight up to play after Laura's done like she has. So you start thinking like a commentator up there when you're going for a double or going for a shot to leave something. So that'll take her a couple of games to get used to that, but then you just figured it and remember you're a dart player. Let's
talk a little bit about what's happened so far this week, starting with Bo Greaves. 2 weeks in a row now she's won Group A, and she won it in very, very strong style.
Yeah, she did, and it's a particularly difficult thing to do because it can become as part of the norm, being here for 2 weeks on the trot. You can lose a bit of interest, but she did none of that. She just put the hammer down this week, and she was superb in Group A.
Yeah, and she won Group A with just one defeat to her name, 14 victories. You know all about that, don't you? Going through a group with just 14. We can actually see the players that have managed it. You're there, Scott, bottom of the table for some reason. I have a word with the producer about that. I think that's on leg difference. David Evans won it the best, but we have to say here, Bo Greaves with a plus 30 leg difference. That's in a best of 5.
Yeah, that is pretty impressive, and to say the least. She's one special talent, and she's proved it again this week.
Certainly has. Some of the players coming into this group, we'll see Fallon Sherrick, of course, tonight, but some of the players coming into this group have certainly proved themselves in some ways, and Rhiannon O'Sullivan, for my money, was probably the best of the players that dropped into Group C. Do you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Rhiannon has been one of those players for the last few years. She's been knocking on the door, and well, it's been a few years now. I remember her losing in a world final to Trina Gulliver. You know, she's been around a while, and but the last couple of years, she's really turned the screw on the way that she plays and what she's doing, and I think as you become older, you become more wise to the game, and I think she's one of those that's done exactly that. And when she's now sort of reaping the rewards and the benefits of what she's learning.
So as mentioned, Bo Greaves, winner of Group A. Fallon Sherrick will be in action tonight in Group B, along with Kirsty Vinnakainen, who had an excellent campaign. Coming in from 10 p.m. this evening, Vicky Proom, Lorraine Hyde and Lorraine Winstanley. But this afternoon, Katie Sheldon, Rhiannon O'Sullivan and Trina Gulliver in Group C, having played earlier in the week, joined by Laura Turner, who we mentioned. Dita Hedman and Natalie Gilbert, the two players we haven't mentioned. Dita, one of the most experienced and decorated players in the world of darts, and Natalie, a player who has really emerged as a top-level lady player in the last couple of years.
Yeah, absolutely, and obviously being part of the England setup that I am again now, I've played alongside both of those, and Dita leads from the front when she wears that England shirt, and Natalie came in and she did a job for England as well, so it's quite right that they're both here and both running super averages in their county stuff, which is showing what current form they have. I think Natalie's number one in the ladies' A standings, I believe. So, both playing well and both deserving their spot.
Well, let's see how the bookies break it down for this group. This is the odds to win the group, and they have made Rhiannon O'Sullivan a favourite. They like what she's done this week. Dita Hedman second. Trina Gulliver goes in third favourite. Gilbert and Turner can't be separated. Then Katie Sheldon, who did finish bottom of Group A, is the outsider. Can you spot any value there?
Do you know what? I don't think we've seen the best of Katie Sheldon. I know it's a real long shot, But speaking to her this morning, I met her as a youth player back in the day, and she's just infectious. She's a lovely person to be around. And she said that she really did take time to get used to the surroundings and how quiet it was and how everything was. We've not seen the best of her. She could be the value at 14-1 there. She's drawn a line in the sand and she's stepping over it and she's starting again. So hopefully if she gets a good start, who knows, she could do it.
Who knows?
Go for the outsider. Why not?
Who knows indeed. If you are going to have a flutter, please do gamble responsibly. It's 18+ begambleaware.org. You mentioned if she gets off to a good start, she's going to play Natalie Gilbert in the first match. This is where it becomes brutal, isn't it? Because we've got that shortened format, first to 3 legs, and now a shortened group as well. So you really have to hit the ground running today.
Yeah, you do. And of course, it's with it being best of 5 as well, you've got less legs to try and get that first break. Whereas when it's best of 7, you've got a couple of chances to get the break. So, yeah, difficult. But, hey, these are the top ladies in the world. They're not messing around. They know what they've got to do.
Certainly are. We'll go and commentate on the action. But before we do, the first match is Katie Sheldon against Natalie Gilbert. And I had the pleasure of having a little conversation with Natalie earlier this morning. Natalie, welcome to the Modus Super Series. First of all, just give us your feelings about being here on this Women's Week.
Nervous, excited, the mixed emotions, but it's a good thing to be here. And to be part of the first is a great thing.
And absolutely, and part of the Women's Week is for our viewers to get to know the players. You've got quite an inspiring story, haven't you? You kind of got into darts through tragedy and accidentally. Just tell us a little bit about your journey.
Yeah, I had a stroke 15 years ago now, quite a big one, debilitating one, so to speak. So I've come from wheelchair bound to here on the Modus Super Series stage. Hey, what a great story is that? Yeah,
you picked up darts kind of by accident, didn't you?
Yeah, I had a partner back then that played pub darts, so we used to mess about. And at that point in my recovery, I was learning how to stand, trying to gain my centre of gravity again. And physio said it would be a good thing to continue with, because I really struggled with balance. It was a really big issue of mine. So being able to play a sport that I grew to love, because I didn't know anything really about darts beforehand, was a real help. And now look where I am 15 years down the line.
Yeah, and I kind of first heard about that when you won a women's series last year. How proud were you to sort of complete that journey?
Very. And to also to have told my story was also a big thing for me as well, because it was something I'd hidden from anyone that didn't know me beforehand. It sounds silly to be ashamed of being ill, but I was. To finally be proud of my journey and then have a big accomplishment on top of that was a big thing for me personally. So to share it helped me in other ways as well.
Brilliant. And of course, you've established yourself as a top female darts player now. That's why you're here. How are you feeling in terms of your chances of getting through to finals now?
It's nice to know that other people think I'm one of the top. And it's humbling and very critical about myself. So I'm looking forward to the challenge. You know, I do believe now that I can mix it with the ladies. So time will tell. We'll see what happens today and tomorrow.
Well, thanks for talking to us. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, what an inspiring story. That of Natalie Gilbert, who, of course, had that crowning glory winning a women's series event last year. That's when she really first shared that remarkable journey from such a difficult place, a traumatic place, to turning it into a positive. And darts has become such a big part of her life, a game that she's grown to love, as she said. Won that women's series title at the end of 2023. The player from Tamworth up in the West Midlands, and she takes on the young Irish upstart Katie Sheldon, half her age, World Match Play quarter-finalist, the Dublin darter, looking to have that recovery that Scott Mitchell spoke about in our opening conversation there. Maybe haven't seen the best of her. Will she grow into this week? The first match, or 15, about to get underway, is best of 5. And myself, Chris Murphy and Scott Mitchell will guide you through all of them.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. And
first leg, it's
Katie,
Natalie to throw first.
She's an infectious character, there's no two ways about that. I met her back in the day. I can't remember if it was on a train from Germany or Holland, and we couldn't get any seats, and I was there with the parents, and we were in that little compartment there between the seats, and this is a good start.
121.
And we were in that little compartment, and I was like shut in with Katie and her ways, and this is a good start from her as well. And she was infectious then. She'd just won the youth tournament wherever we'd been, and super excited on the way back home. And Yeah, she had me as captive audience. We were stuck there in this little compartment between the two carriages.
140.
And she's come a long way since then, and she's still learning. And that's what I like about her.
26.
Well, hopefully the opening exchanges in this one are a sign of things to come. Natalie Gilbert hitting a 1-2-1 followed by a 140. Really solid stuff. When I've commentated on the women's series, one thing I have noticed about her is that she keeps that line.
55.
He says just as she loses the line for the first time, but she does tend to throw really, really straight. And we've seen with some players in this group, Katie
41.
herself, Trina, there's quite a lot of sort of deviant darts that end up in the ones and the fives, but Gilbert does have a habit of keeping that line right down the centre of the 20.
Well, if you look at the way that she approaches the board dead centre as well.
26.
So it's often, that's the way that everything's in line. The eye, the arm, the foot is a straight up foot to the oki as well. And
43.
she's trying to limit what can actually go wrong with the throw, and it's, like I say, it's what we call a straight up and down throw from the elbow, and it's very successful as well, as we're starting to see in this first leg.
127.
Super setup that. Got the sums right, got the execution right, and it's 32 after 15. Here comes Sheldon, though.
140. Natalie requires 32.
So 32 for the first leg of the day. Still think she can get a gap through there.
14. Katie requires 111.
7. So a chance for Sheldon, 111.
46. Natalie require 18.
Double 9 left after hitting double 7 inadvertently. If she can go the other side, she'll find that double. Oh,
No
well,
score.
didn't
Katie
think that was
requires
possible
65.
to go that side and still miss.
Well, it must have been some angle.
25.
So
Natalie require
going for the
18.
ball, it does make things very difficult. You don't guarantee yourself a dart at the double, which is what's happened there. And Gilbert now, who looked odds-on favourite for the leg, is going to get a dart, a double 4.
14.
And
Katie
you
require
really don't want to
40.
be chasing around the board this early in the day.
Yeah, the scoring was brilliant from Gilbert in this opening leg, but the doubling has been a bit of a disaster so far.
8.
Luckily for her,
Natalie
Sheldon has
require 4.
not been able to shake off that problem herself yet.
A bit of shoulder in that one from Sheldon, wasn't there?
Game
But
shot on the first leg. Natalie Gilbert.
give Gilbert enough chances and she will take them. And she goes
Second
one up
leg, it's Katie to
holds
throw
her throat.
first. Game on.
here in match 1 of Group C.
60.
The thing with throwing
83.
straight, you always give the a chance to drop down into the treble 20.
100.
Katie's more of a I don't know, a flinger rather than a pusher with the elbow high, and she's one of those, if the first dart's in the right place, the other darts go in the right place.
85.
But she does, I was watching this week, and she does allow that last dart to just drop.
60.
See it again, more often than not, the third dart is the low dart with Sheldon. Leslie plays a county dance for
99.
Warwickshire, I believe. Part of the England setup.
40.
Spent some time with her, a lovely, lovely lady. Like I say, we saw and listened to that little story at the start, and she's just a great person all round. And it's really nice that people talk about her in such a way, and she's a great dart player as well.
81.
It's nice to have it that way round.
Yeah, she has actually run into Sheldon on a couple of occasions, once in the PDC, once in the WDF Northern Ireland
100.
Open
Natalie
quarter-final
153.
2022. She won that one. She also won the Women's Series event as well, so Sheldon yet to get the better of Gilbert.
45. Katie require 141. $65. Natalie require 108.
Just finding the neighbouring segment there to the one she was looking for.
60.
Sheldon will have a
Katie
chance here.
requires
Should get
76.
a dart double, at least one. It's tops. It's
Game
in.
shot on the second
A
leg.
very nice clean-up of
Katie
that from
Sheldon.
Katie Sheldon. And it's game on in game one.
Third leg, it's Natalie to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, very tidy finish and hold of throw for Katie there. This is what happens when you upset your
140.
opponent. They will go off at you again and go, I'm going to keep doing this to stop you.
30.
Lost the line there a little bit. Did Sheldon. That's something she's going to have to sharpen up on. Because these top players don't
41.
often do that.
$100.
Perfect first start from Gilbert, but then a real pull with a second.
84.
Second game will feature Dieter Hedman making her, well, Super Series debut, but not live lounge debut. She did, of course, compete in the ADC
81.
women's finals that were held here. She, in fact, won that tournament on a Saturday afternoon last year. And then Laura Turner will swap the comms box for the stage when she meets
41.
Super Series veteran Trina Gulliver, who's played plenty of times in this tournament.
60.
Oh, flight popped out there on Sheldon's dart on the retrieve.
$55. $45. Natalie require 140.
Those ladies just gone off the boil a little bit here in the middle of the leg because of the importance. Yeah, don't bust it.
100.
Nice and high at the last, so it leaves 40. She had a nice setup in the
60.
first leg to leave
Natalie
herself a
require
double.
40.
Took a while to get it. And now a nice ton shot to leave the 40.
Game shot in the
And that
third
was well
leg.
used.
Natalie Gilbert.
Tidy dart there from Gilbert.
Fourth
Yeah,
leg, it's
she
Katie to
gave
throw
herself
first. Game on.
A lovely marker, and she utilised it expertly, as explained by Mr. Mitchell alongside me.
125.
We have been saying this week, myself, Henry, Laura and Paul Nicholson, all have been in the comms box, that, believe it or not, Sheldon has slowed down a little bit.
44.
Not quite as rapid as when she first really burst onto the scene a couple of years ago.
Yeah, she was rapid. Ricky Evans rapid.
59.
She really was quick. I think she's that's part of your game development, isn't it? And your board management, and she's always one of those cheeky
60.
rascals, is Katie Sheldon, that doesn't comply. Like when she stands behind there in the exclusion zone, she's always got to have her toes in it. It's just to point out that
41.
I can actually stand in there. There's nothing you can do about it. She's probably not even thinking that, but just that's how she is.
I think when you throw that quick as well, it's an impatience to get back to the hockey, isn't it, when your opponent's hogging your space.
Yeah, it's
30.
more part of Katie's character, I'm telling you. She's just so likeable. So likeable.
60.
We have appreciated everybody watching this week. The numbers have been fantastic. And if you do want to contribute to the YouTube chat, please keep it respectful. We will endeavour to answer any questions you may have that we can enlighten you on.
Always handy to have a bounce out like that, and then you haven't got to bend down and pick the dart up. It just lodges there
25.
with the other 2 darts. I know it's not scoring, but worst case scenario, you've got to bend down and pick it up as well.
$84.
Sheldon really needs a treble here to give herself
93.
an opportunity. She does it last dart. I don't like to state the obvious, but she has to hold here to give herself a chance once more to try and break the Gilbert throw if we go down the last.
38.
So the first thing she's got to do is make sure it goes down the last.
She's going to get a chance to do that, but under what kind of pressure?
140.
Well, there's your answer. Plenty of it.
Katie requires 60.
Having to move. And that will be part of the reason that dart drifted.
45.
So the decider
requires 38.
could be avoided here.
I'm a fan of players going for this 38, particularly in this situation. Now it becomes dodgy because you haven't sort of gone inside with the last, but what a great finish there from Gilbert. She takes our opening match of the Group C campaign. 3 legs to 1. And there are our averages. Typical sort of little rusty first morning averages, mainly because of the amounts of darts at the double. We'll head into a short break and we'll come back with Dita Hedman against Rhiann O'Sullivan. Well, welcome back. We are coming into match 2. And if you've just joined us, you missed our first match today where Natalie Gilbert beat Katie Sheldon in our opening game 3-1. Here we go with our next matchup. And these two need no introduction to most. Many TV appearances for both, and Dita arguably the winningest lady around with the amount of ranking titles she has to her name. Rianne O'Sullivan's been in World Championship finals as well, as you can see, with most of the time in the World Championships have been bridesmaids, is the unfortunate thing for both of them. But we have to have a winner from this one. They both can't come second here. Dita Hedman, a very, very proud England ladies captain. So much youth work as well with England Darts Organisation and the Youth Grand
First
Prix.
leg, it's Dita to throw first.
Seems to have found itself
Game
a home
on.
in Tamworth now. It's great for the boys and girls of our great sport to be able to go to these youth events and have chances to play from the country off the
60.
back of it. Rianne herself a Welsh
59.
captain of the ladies, and yeah, been around a while now, but in the last couple of years she really has started playing very well indeed and right up there with the top ladies.
83.
Well, the odds compilers made these two the top two.
140.
They're the ones they expect to make it through from Group C to the Saturday showpiece, when the Women's Week winner will be crowned. It will be our second specials champion after the double start event was won by Neil Duff. Bo Greaves already at finals night. Take a
42.
brave punter to bet against Fallon Sherrock being there. She'll be in action this evening in Group B. 3 players will go through from that group. 2 will go through from this. And Rianne
100.
actually made the favourite. I'm not sure that would have been the case had the groups been sort of set before a week could start, but because of how she played in Group A, I think the bookers have reacted to that, and I have to say I would agree.
Yeah, good value, I'd say, but for that, but
100.
yeah, she's just been incredible. I've seen a lot of Rianne at international matches and World
60.
Cups, and she's just the real deal. But would her career have changed had she maybe won one of those runner-up spots at the world title? She could have won one of those finals. The same
81.
probably could be said for
Round number
Dita.
142.
It's probably the only thing missing of her massive resume she has on winning from England caps
42.
to
Did you require
ranking titles. The probably one that is missing is just that World Championship.
Well, Rianne O'Sullivan herself took out this finish yesterday. Brilliant fashion, the 135. Hedman can't produce a copycat shot, so O'Sullivan will return looking at 100
59.
to break in
Rianne
the first
require
leg.
100.
She forces a dart through, double 10.
80.
Good effort.
DT requires 76.
This is to save a leg on her throw. Has to go 25 ball now, surely. First one's right. And that was a super lie for the bullseye, surely.
51.
I think had she
Rianne
not had to
requires
confirm
20.
whether it was in or out, I think that would have given her a little more chance there.
Yeah,
No
64
score.
years young, Dita Hedman
Dita
still
record
right at the top of
25.
the women's game. Choosers 17 for her. Rhiannon O'Sullivan leads this second game 1-0. And the third game will be Laura Turner
against Rhiannon to throw first.
Trina Gulliver. All is
Game on.
fixed and ready to go.
$60.
She does have a rare record against Dee Tedman, Rhiannon O'Sullivan, which is a winning record at the ratio of 2-1 as well. She's won 12 of their 18 meetings, including the last 4.
And that is something that does play on a player's mind. And, you know, we think we have these funny little bogey runs in the men's game, but obviously there are fewer women playing, so they're playing each other much more often
80.
than maybe some of the guys do. And so it must play on their mind even more. You know, you can get in somebody's head a lot easier.
$180.
There we go. Our first 180 of the day comes via Dieter Hedman.
60.
Plays her county darts for Oxfordshire. I'm very proud of that. She is too.
Well, there is a question in relation to
96.
Dieter Hedman's equipment in the chat, Scott, which I'm going to ask you to respond to. Whether you've got the right answer or not, we'll find out. But it's, what is the point
43.
in using spring-loaded darts, the type that
Did you
Dieter
require
uses?
140?
Well, they're not actually spring-loaded. It's like a needle point. So it's a sprung steel point. So it is spring-loaded. It's the type of material the point is made from. Whereas a normal point is a little bit thicker, and it's not made from sprung steel, so they're more solid. So that's why you see Rhiannon's dart go in the board and
81.
not move. So I think the advantage of it is that the fact that Dieter feels, and so do many others that use the point, feels that should their dart go next door to the other barrel, it will flexibly move over
60.
and allow the dart to take its natural course, and so that's the reason I think is the idea behind
41.
the particular point that she uses,
40.
so that if you've got one in the board already, it moves out of the way.
There we go. There's your answer, and they worked for
Gauge
her.
on the second leg. Dieter Hedman.
Very decent leg of darts from Dieter Hedman. 16 dart hold. 16 dart break in response to being broken in the
Game on.
opening leg. So she effectively assumes control of this short contest.
That was perfectly shown there. How that first dart
81.
moved out of the way for the second dart to go by into the treble 20.
$83.
Rhiannon has her Welsh flights in. She always plays with those.
$41. $140.
A good response there from O'Sullivan. Two legs in, both breaks a throw.
55.
O'Sullivan's throw, she
100.
doesn't put her arm up and pull the dart back. She puts her arm up already in the backward position to release, to propel the dart forward. She's always played in that way and manner.
120.
Dieter's always played and put her arm up and give it that little dip and then release. You can see Rhiannon just puts the dart up
100.
and then lets it go. There's no backwards at all.
38. Rihanna requires 78.
Oh,
Game
really
shot
nicely
in the
done
third
by
leg.
Rihanna O'Sullivan.
Rihanna O'Sullivan.
Well, this game is getting better leg by leg. 15 dart break now for the Welshwoman with that
Fourth leg, it's
78
Rihanna to throw
checkout.
first. Game on.
Apologies for those watching on YouTube that maybe missed
45.
the end of the first leg. I know a few of you are saying that the stream just jumped slightly. I'm aware of the issue. It has been resolved, but I can tell you that that leg was won by Rihanna O'Sullivan on double 10.
60.
Hedman then responding, as you would have seen. Every single
140.
leg so far going against a throw.
So here's the side angle where you can see Dieter pulls the dart back near her eye, puts a dip in the throw, and then
81.
pulls it back a second time and releases. And Rianne starts with the dart back there and just lobs it through.
100.
The whole pullback is done as part of the action of bringing the arm up ready to throw with O'Sullivan. Both throws very effective. Are the titles
40.
that they've won.
Does look like O'Sullivan's closing in here on an opening win.
140.
Certainly got to grips with this game in the last couple of legs, and she could be on for another improved leg. This will be a 14 darter if she takes it out in two.
Yeah, her scoring has been superior to Hedman's in this match.
134. Rihanna
4-ton
requires
plus
76.
throws. Full 140s.
No score.
Busts it all the way back. That'll be frustrating, but with Hedman back on 186, it's all about what pressure she can apply to the 76 of O'Sullivan.
$100. Rihanna requires 76.
And the answer to that is plenty. So
68.
hits the
Did you
treble
require 86?
once again on the 76 O'Sullivan, but can't get the job done. And the lady from Glamorgan.
$46. Rihanna require 8.
Well, she's had enough goes now, and she's lucky that she hasn't hit double 13, but she
No
has hit
score.
single 13, and it's
Did you
turned out to be
require
very
40?
unlucky. The end of this leg for Rihanna O'Sullivan. She's opened the door for Dieter Hedman to make it 4 breaks on the bounce and take the game to a decider.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Dieter Hedman.
Yeah, the England skipper don't miss those too often.
Fifth and final leg, it's Dieter to throw first. Game on.
So all gone against the throw. Who would want to throw first in the last? Still me. I would still bank myself to hold my throw at least once in a match.
81.
Well, it was a decent start from Dieter. The last start, though, just spoiling the visit slightly.
100.
She will return to take on Katie Sheldon in the opening game of the second round of fixtures. Well, O'Sullivan will take on Turner.
$81. $85.
Interestingly, with these two being pitched by the odds compilers as a favourites, that obviously the fixtures are reversed tomorrow, so this will be the penultimate game of the day, and the pair's last game of the day, potential for a straight shootout to see who might qualify. Plenty of darts to be thrown
41.
between now and then.
I was going to say, maybe we're getting ahead of ourselves there, Chris. Maybe we're getting ahead of ourselves.
Well, you said to me this morning when we arrived that you felt this would be a really
100.
competitive group, that there's not much between all 6 of the players.
I do. I really do. I look at them and think that they're all have the capabilities of beating each other all the way through the group, and at special moments, at special times, it's going to be who gets those. It's going to dictate who goes through this group. I think it's going to go all the way to the wire.
$140.
Just having a little double check, O'Sullivan there.
$43.
Could not
Round
force it
requires
through into the
76.
treble 20. Does leave a finish. Well, Rhiannon had all the trouble starting with this finish in the last leg, 76. Can she finally put those demons away?
60.
Not yet.
Yeah, the answer is no.
155.
And that would be disappointing. And it would have been going through her mind when she hit the 60 for the 3rd time on 76. This isn't going to go for Dieter either. That's 80 in the board. 75, probably treble 17 will be the route she'll go.
97. Rhiannon requires 60. Game shot.
Double 8, and there it is for
Rhiannon
Rhiannon O'Sullivan. She takes the match 3-2. What could be a pivotal couple of points come the end of this group. There you go. 76 average for her. 3 from 16 on the double. She'll want to sharpen that up, but she'll be happy with the win. We head into a short break, and we will return with Laura Turner against Trina Gulliver.
And Rhiannon O'Sullivan now. It's a turn of Laura Turner on the stage, taking on Trina Gulliver, the 10-time world champion, of course. Well, Turner was in the comms box on Monday, looking forward, but kind of nervously so, to the week ahead. She now has the opportunity to do what many have done, Scott Mitchell alongside me included, and that is get herself to finals night. Chris Mason, of course, remains the only Super Series commentator to have actually gone and won a week. We think that you might add your name to the Roll of Honour, Scott, but how do you rate Laura's chances?
Yeah, I don't see why not. I mean, yeah, we've mentioned that probably Rhiannon and Dieter are the favourites to go out of this group, but
first. Game on.
Laura's a very determined character, one I've known for an awful long time. I've known her that long. She used to throw 3 different darts back in the day.
60.
I don't know whether she actually lost them or whatever, but yeah, she got into the habit of using 3 different darts. So when she does sign with a
45.
darts manufacturer, I wondered if she was going to have 3 different darts made. And Darts has become a very different thing for her these days with what the commentating, and we know daughter Neve is
100.
a very accomplished dart player, and obviously husband Aaron being on the WDF as well like he is, so
70.
and formerly of the PDC, so you know the dart in life is the one that the Turner family are leading right now.
Yeah, Laura will be very comfortable with the venue. She'll know her way around, but Trina, much more experienced on the stage. This remains a debut for Turner. Well,
40.
Trina has played many a Group B and obviously Group A this week as well.
$60.
Yeah, on my early Lakeside appearances, I went down and used to practice with Trina in the build-up a few weeks before.
121.
That used to get us both in the right frame of mind to go there. I did eventually get myself a World Championship, but obviously Trina had 10.
23.
So it must have worked better for her than it did for me. I'm not sure, but no, good times. Good times.
Yeah, and Trina Gulliver has got her own inspirational story. In fact, she shared it with us here at the
45.
Modus Super Series. You were sat in on that one, Scott, and she spoke about her own demons away from the hockey, recovering from alcoholism. She has been sober for multiple years now, and she said it's a greatest achievement, bigger than any of the 10 world titles. And one of the real sort of
95.
landmark moments for her
135.
was winning that women's series event in 2022, because it was the first big title she'd won in that recovery period, in that sort of second phase for Trina Gulliver, and she did it incidentally
41.
by beating Laura in the final.
Yeah, no, I think, it's a sensational story.
41.
That's real.
Require
That's the bit
94.
about that one. It's not a story, it's real. But yeah, super proud to see how she plays now and that she's still playing to such a standard.
Excellent attempt this from Laura Turner.
54.
Found the
Trina require
54 and
167.
only just missed the double 20.
$97. Laurie require 40. Game shot in the first leg. Laura Turner.
Yeah, nicely done there from Laura.
Second leg, it's Trina to
Mention
throw
about a
first.
Darton
Game
family,
on.
obviously. Mike Gillett is brother-in-law to Laura as well. One or two will know from some soft tip
121.
attributes and playing for Wales in the internationals, and also Hampshire player.
It's a common thing, isn't it? Family affair in darts. If there's a
100.
dartboard in the house and houses of your families, and it's just something that is done with your immediate family, then
100.
you can get good, can't you? If you're playing as a kid and you just get used to it, get yourself a head start.
It's the Lisa Ashton one I love, where brothers were all throwing and the board was up at the end of the bed and it was an 8-foot bed or something, and that's why she throws from 8 foot. If you ever
50.
watch Lisa still now, she takes a couple of inches step back from the hockey and throws, and it's all because of how she started, and that was how
85.
it worked for her. And who'd argue against that with the amount of world titles she has as well?
70.
Yeah, Henry and I were having one of those impossible discussions yesterday about who you would put
37.
in the top 5 in women's darts and in what order, but both of us did conclude that with Trina Gulliver having won 10 world titles, she had to be in the number 1 spot.
Yeah, without doubt.
85. Trina require 58.
As you'll see from the interview, if you head to the YouTube channel, she really was a big advocate about getting the Women's World
90.
Championship up and running for the girls, and I think it probably only had 4 players in it initially at the TV stages. And how that has progressed to
140
from that opening start to
39.
now here we are having a Women's Week at the Super Series. It's just great progress for them.
Yeah, it'll be a nice moment later today when her and Dieter Hedman share the stage once again.
15.
But she's not having
Rory
many nice
McQuine,
moments in this
91.
match so far. Turner has a chance. Remember, she did threaten the 94 in the previous leg. And she's threatening the 91 in this leg. Finds the treble again. Well, she does find a double, not the right one. And she's
72.
very, very unfortunate not
Trini
to be
required 24.
tuning up with 2 90-something checkouts to her name here.
Yeah, agreed.
Game shot on the second leg.
Gulliver.
Trina Gulliver.
Straight back in. Rescues the
Third leg, it's
situation.
Laura to throw first.
One that nearly got
Game
away
on.
from her there, and 2-0 down would have been a tough one to come back from, with Laura having the throw as well. She'd have had to have broken throw, but very positive on the 24. Beamed it in there.
45.
Ted Barton in the chat just disproving my theory with his own experience. He's been playing 29 years since he was 4 years old, and he said he's never improved since then.
55.
Keep going, Ted. Who knows? Keep going. Took me till I was about 39, so yeah, keep going.
Take note of this. This is how to throw darts, Ted. I really thought you
60.
could draw a straight line under Laura's elbow. It never dropped below it.
Yeah, quite an elegant throw, isn't it?
$97.
Golden girl there dancing along the hockey to get round her first darts. I've commented in the past, the back lift of a dart player's throw, you can usually tell when they started playing darts. And with Laura Turner, you can see that she played youth darts.
60.
Because it is just such a long back throw, because obviously back when they were smaller and younger, they couldn't reach the board. And that's how their throw develops. It goes all the way back, nearly touches the shoulder, and then follows
83.
through. And you look at all the guys that are sort of top end of the game, and girls, you can tell whether they played when they were youth or not 9 times out of 10, because their throw is still very similar when they were struggling to get the
99.
height and the distance from their youth days.
Yeah, very interesting. Never even thought of that. We have had a few players. I mean, Cam Crabtree, a notable example, who reached the final on
60.
Champions Week last Saturday, who have only picked up darts in the last couple of years.
Yeah, I thought he was unfortunate there. I watched that final. It was one of those that Harrison went and got it. You know, Cam didn't give it away, did he?
81.
What a super final for a crescendo to a series. It was super stuff from both lads, and well, all the lads last week were superb. It was a brilliant week of darts.
Trini require 109.
Yeah, really good. That final exchange, as Scott mentioned, was remarkable. A 1-7-1 by Crabtree to leave double 4, and then Harrison takes that 1-2-1 on the ball for a second 4-3 win in as many matches, having beaten Bo Greaves, of course, in the semis.
Yeah, I say all the lads. I forgot about Bo. Yeah,
49.
sorry about that, Bo.
Laurie require 108.
Well, she's amongst all the ladies this week, and once again she's won Group A, which she did on Champions Week. Absolutely sensational player. Turner again threatening a big finish.
94.
I think she kind of deserves one for all the
Trini
attempts she's
requires
had.
60.
Yeah, very much so. I think. When Trina goes, that must have been close.
50.
And it did definitely put her off for the next
Already
two. There's no two
required
ways
40.
about it.
Double 7 for Laura Turner to get the lead in this one.
Game shot in the third leg. Laura
Yeah,
Turner.
looked at a horrible position that first up, but because it's lower down the board,
Full flag, it's Trina
easily
to
to
throw
get
first.
past over the
Game
top,
on.
and Turner executed that dart beautifully.
100.
Mr. Nobody Whatsoever, nice name in the chat. says, is there any plans for having women players in their own Super Series events? I think you must have missed what we just spoke about. Bo Greaves did play, did win a week, and did get to Champions Night, reach the semi-finals in it. We've had Trina on the stage in the main Super Series. We've had Mikuru Suzuki, Lisa Ashton, Fallon Sherrick, and anybody that impresses this week could well get an opportunity in an upcoming series.
100.
Or is he asking whether we'd have a full series of women players?
60.
If that was the question, then no, there are no plans for that. That will remain totally open. And you're going to have your next tilt at the title, Scott, I believe, in Series 8.
80.
Yes, I think I've got a little go in the middle of around August time, I think, somewhere. So I've got plenty of time to practice for that. It is such a great place to play darts here. You know, it's a purpose-built place for darts. It's just, it's one of the nicest places to commentate from as well. We've even got aircon in the commentary box
70.
here. You know, it's the whole idea of this is it's for darts. It's about darts, and there's no better place to play. So it's always lovely to get an invite back to come here and try your wares.
60.
Yeah, if you've never been, do try and get down one Saturday. Why not this Saturday? The Women's Week final will be a good one to come and support. Tickets available from dartshop.tv for just a £2 booking fee. Can't even get half a coffee for that.
You honestly, you are not going to see the clientele of ladies here for £2 anywhere else in the whole wide world. You need to get yourself down here to Portsmouth to Saturday evening for
45.
sure, because
Trini
the people on
70.
show will cost you a lot more than that to see them anywhere else.
Gulliver looking to take this one to a decider. And she can do it by landing double top, which
Game
she
shot on the
does.
fourth leg.
2-2.
Trina Gulliver.
Just like the previous game, this one goes a distance.
Fifth
What
and
will
final
be the
leg, it's
difference?
Laura
Will
to
it
throw
be
first.
the holder
Game
throw
on.
that Turner has the advantage of?
$45.
Having some nice shots in the 70s region from the ladies so far this morning. 76
$139.
from Katie Sheldon earlier. 78 from O'Sullivan.
$100. $125.
One question in the chat. Hi, Chris and Scott. Am I right in thinking this Champions Week was the first that Steve West hadn't been part of? We'll get that confirmed. I think he may have missed another early
100.
Champions Week, but we'll find out for you. But he didn't play in the previous series. He's got an injury or is recovering from an operation. He is
60.
scheduled to play late in the next series, Steve West, so we will be looking forward to his return. And you're right, he has been a very successful player at the Super Series.
Yeah, it'd be harsh to say that he's failed to make a Champions Week with
43.
with the operation that he's had. For me, he was playing some of the best darts I've ever seen in his life before the operation, so hopefully he'll come back to
97.
something near that. But of course, when you've had such a long break, it does take time to get back up to speed.
They were talking about the women that had played here, so specifically meaning the Super Series, but Paul rightly points how the Deed Headman played twice in the live league that it was before
60.
in Southampton. I think Corinne
Trina
Hammond
require 80.
also appeared in that as well. But in Portsmouth, it's Gulliver now looking for a victory in her opening match of Group C. A wayward dart gives Laura Turner a
40.
chance at a big
Gloria
checkout. Now, I
require
did say that she's been threatening
153.
these and maybe deserve one. Could she produce something supersized to win the match?
Not quite to be this time around. She'll be looking to pressure this tops.
99.
Gulliver
Trina
has
require
to face.
40.
2 10s.
Game
And
shot
Trina
and the match.
is on target.
Trina Gulliver.
And in the winner's enclosure, a 3-2 success against Laura Turner, who played well in that game, certainly played her part, but it was Gulliver who hit the winning double. An average of 75 for the Golden Girl, a 70 checkout in there as well for the 10-time world champion. And she joins Gilbert and O'Sullivan in hitting the right notes in their opening fixtures. Next up, Katie Sheldon takes on Dieter Hedman.
Well, welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth. In Women's Week, 3 games down, and in our last one we saw a bit of a ripper there. Trina Gulliver just getting the better of Laura Turner, 3-2. And the good games keep coming as we face Dieter Hedman taking on the youth and exuberance of Katie Sheldon. Here in our next match, Katie earlier played Natalie Gilbert and went down 3-1. She had a few missed doubles in that one. She'll be looking to find her scoring boots here in this one against Hedman. Hedman, she went down narrowly 3-2 to Rhiannon O'Sullivan.
45.
So both ladies looking for their first win of the day. Something's got to give, and one of them will get that in the next 15 minutes or so.
95. 97.
Hedman is one that Katie Sheldon would have been looking up to in her years in darts as a young lady, and now she's got herself to a position in the game
100.
where she is regularly playing the likes of Gulliver, Hedman, Sherrick and Bo Greaves even. The ladies' game at this particular moment in time is in a very good place.
81.
The standard has never been better at the top end of the ladies' game, that's for sure.
60.
It's a bit of a generation game, this one, isn't it? 44 years between them. What other sport would you get that in, eh?
85.
Exactly. Good game, good game.
Now let's see who plays their darts right.
59. Did you require 140?
It's definitely one of those strictly come darting affairs here at the Live Lounge.
$45.
Hedman makes her way down to 95.
Against the throw and
43. Did you require 95?
Sheldon doesn't leave herself on a shot. So it's at least 6 from here. Is she going to need them?
87.
Oh no, she nearly made me eat my own words there, did Dieter.
Well, Sheldon a long way back. We still haven't seen the best of her this week.
60.
The danger is if she loses the
Dieter,
first
you
2 or 3
require
matches,
8.
she'll start to feel like the race is up, and it can be difficult then to motivate yourself. It also can have the other effect as well. You just lose the shackles a little bit. Hedman has got a tricky one here.
4. Katie, require
For
120.
me, I'd like to see Sheldon just up the pace a little bit, because when she ups the pace, she throws a little bit harder and more direct.
78.
And that's when she has the
Did you require
success.
4?
Needs a real adjustment here. Overdoes it.
No score.
Sheldon from nowhere has got an
Katie, require
opportunity now in
50.
this opening leg.
Got to hit the big numbers.
Double 18.
40.
That wasn't far away, but yeah, you're
Did you
right. It's got
require
only got
4?
1 dart at double from 50.
Game shot in the first leg.
And Hedman
Dieter
punishes.
Hedman.
Yeah, and when I say you've got to hit your big numbers, getting 2 darts at a double is...
Like it's Dieter to throw first.
You can get the feel of the dart with
Game
the
on.
first one and hit with the second one. If you then, because you can't hit a big number, eradicate that chance of getting a second dart at a double, you don't give yourself a chance to adjust or anything. It has to be on the money first dart. And how often do we
60.
see it? Sometimes it does go first dart and people do clean up, but as a percentage, that's less than 25% of the times we see people miss big numbers
59.
and get the 1 dart.
$30. $180.
Just as I said, once she gets that first dart right, I said it in the last game, she can follow it. But she has to follow it with a little more pace and a little more speed, because that's when she throws 3 the
55.
same. And at the end of last year at the World Cup, she
50.
part of the women's team, the Irish women's team that won. It was a massive, massive moment for the Irish team and for the girls of a darting nation to inspire others. That's what that team did
140.
in Denmark.
$100.
So, gloves are now off. Sheldon knowing she needs to break back. At 112 after 12. Scoring has been much better in this one.
100. Katie require 112.
That's with Dieter. Wily old campaigner she is, she never goes away.
72. Did you require 116?
Nicely set up with that last dart. Dieter would have done this an awful lot of times. Has to go over the top of that one. Oh, terrible deflection. I think the right smile shows it.
78. Katie require 40.
Nice recovery. She's left herself a double to try and lead the pressure on. That
Game
was
shot
low,
the
low,
second.
low, and a
Katie
right smile
Sheldon.
from Katie Sheldon as she comes to the board.
But there gets Katie to throw first.
Woo, indeed, young
Game on.
Katie. Enjoyed the moment all the same. I think you're seeing her character at home, ladies and gentlemen. This is
85.
the Katie that I got to know. Here comes Dieter.
180.
Superbly done from Hedman. We got 180 apiece here in this game.
43.
Yeah, great competitive day of darts so far. In fact, in every match, the first couple of legs have been shared.
Well, like I said earlier, it's going to be a
45.
really tight day. Somebody's got to grab it by the scruff of the neck, and who will that be?
100.
I think with dart players, you could have won things all around the world, but you only ever think about your next game. The last one's gone, it's done, and if you manage to put the trophy in your back
100.
pocket, then you kind of forget that even a few days later. It's on to the next.
$60. $94.
Sheldon back on 2-13,
59.
looking
Did you
to leave
require
something, which
82?
she has, but Hedman 82 after 12. Not too shabby at all. Went the ball route. 17 now for double top.
62. Katie require 154.
Big ask. Well, it's not going to happen, so Hedman will come back for double 10.
28. DT require 20.
Both these players looking for their first wins. They were beaten by Natalie Gilbert in
Game
Sheldon's
shot in the
case
third
and
leg.
Reno Sullivan in
Dieter
Dieter's opener, but she is 2-1 ahead in this one. And now has the
Full
throw
flag, it's Dieter to throw
to
first.
pick up her first
Game on.
points in Pompey. Did mention, of course, she has played in the previous version of the Super Series, the Live League, which was in a very different setting in Southampton, but she has won on this stage. She won the ADC
44.
women's finals that were held last year, beating Samantha Curtin in the final. The highlight for Dieter was a brilliant comeback victory against
100.
Lisa Ashton in the semis.
Yeah, I watched that afternoon's play. It was Sam Curtin, our little lass from our beef from Dorset. That's why we were all tuning in the Dorset area.
42.
And there's been plenty of clamour on social media for her to have been included. Difficult to get it down to
60.
a dozen players. I know it was for the selectors, and there were a few women who were invited and couldn't make it for various reasons. I do think that we will see another Women's Week in the not too distant future, and we'll probably look to give half a dozen or so different players the opportunity, because
60.
there are, well, certainly more than 12 players good enough to compete.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I obviously know a little bit about Sam Curtin, and she's right up
26.
there, number 4, I think, in the averages in the Premiership at the moment this year, and obviously made her England debut. So yeah, she's right knocking on the door. It'd be nice for her to get a go if there was another Women's Week for sure.
Well, Dita Hedman certainly
180.
staking her claim for success this week. A second maxi of the match for Hedman and already a third of the day.
85.
Yeah, Katie Sheldon taking that leg seems to have done nothing more than inspire Dita to put a pedal to the metal.
45.
130 would be some way to win it.
Touch unfortunate there for Sheldon.
90. Did you require 100?
Made sure of that last start.
Yeah, and she needed to hit that treble to leave a finish.
It's always frustrating on 130 when you've hit that one and then you hit the treble 20.
118. Katie require 140.
Super set up from the England captain.
$84. Did you require 12?
Yeah, the setup, leaving a double. Well, that double now becomes double 3.
You've got to go hard at it.
6. Katie require 56.
So offers up a chance to Sheldon here. Once again, she's missed the big number.
24.
And once again, that makes it very
DG
difficult
required
with the
6.
last dart.
Could Hedman think about maybe going 2-2-2?
No, she doesn't do that. She goes straight for it.
Game shot on
And
the
she's straight in
match.
it.
Dita
And it's a
Hedman.
first win for Dita Hedman, a 3-1 success against young Katie Sheldon. Hedman bouncing back from the defeat earlier this afternoon against Rhiannon O'Sullivan with a fantastic victory which included 2 maximums, and she wins it by 2 legs. And when we return, Trina Gulliver will be back on stage looking for her second win against Natalie Gilbert, who is in the same boat. Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where Women's Week is in full swing. Group C, well and truly underway, and two players who won their opening match about to do battle on that stage. Natalie Gilbert opened the day with a 3-1 win over Katie Sheldon. Trina Gulliver followed suit with a 3-2 victory against Laura Turner. And now the pair, both Women's Series winners in the last couple of years, go head-to-head. And both will fancy their chances of winning this match, which would take them to the top of the table, at least temporarily.
First leg, it's Trina to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, very bright coloured shirts here on stage.
60. $100. 41.
Bit of a Warwickshire past and present game, this one.
$100.
Trina Gulliver, having played for Warwickshire for many moons in the county system now at Lincolnshire.
55.
Obviously, Natalie Gilbert is currently at Warwickshire.
60.
Well, if you didn't see Natalie Gilbert's interview at the start of the show, that has been made
59.
available on our social media channels. Make sure you do check it out at the end. Shares her remarkable journey, having a stroke, age 25, wheelchair bound at the time, started throwing darts as an accident,
28.
really. Found it was helping with her balance. Her physio endorsed that, and she ended up getting pretty good at the sport. And here she is on the Super Series stage, having been a PDC Women's Series title winner last year.
40.
Yeah, pretty good, I'd say. Definitely. Yeah, an amazing story. We've heard of darts being used to help people with their maths when they're younger. And it
125.
really is truly, truly brilliant sport when you start delving deep into some of the stories,
121.
the whys and
Natalie
wherefores, and how
88.
it's helped varying people in very different ways.
She looks at 88 to win the opening leg. A single 18 would leave her requiring the bullseye, which she got very, very near to.
Trina require 125.
Yeah, extremely close to it. So Gulliver will start on the bullseye. Wrong side of the wire for Gulliver.
47. Natalie require 25. Game shot on the first
Nicely
leg.
done from
Natalie
Gilbert there. I was a little worried when she went for the small 9, but I suppose if you're that accurate, when we
Leg
say
is
the small
Natalie
9,
to
it's
throw
inside the
first.
treble.
Game on.
We call that the small part of the segment. So small 9 she hit. Double 8 to break the Gulliver throat in our opening leg.
180.
Fifth 180 of the morning
55.
comes through Natalie Gilbert.
There's real method in everything she does. You could see there her dart slightly low,
26.
below the treble 20, so she stepped across to try and find that line. It actually didn't work out for her on that occasion, but the 180 has given her a healthy enough advantage in the
55.
second leg anyway. And I was talking with Henry and Paul earlier in the week I marked her as the danger in this group. I feel that Gilbert has got a very good chance of getting through. Maybe
41.
lesser known to some of the more casual darts fans and viewers, but having witnessed what she can do, particularly on the PDC Women's Series, which I've been commentating on since it started. She's a very, very
59.
capable player.
Yeah, there's no two ways about it. Natalie does have levels. I think if she would be her own biggest critic in saying that sometimes sustaining those levels in consistency is her problem.
30.
You know, she can be there 1 minute and doesn't replicate it again in the next game, and I think that's something she will develop, because as a player like myself, I used to do
83.
that, and you just get fed up with letting yourself down. You play great and beat a big player 1 minute and go and play a lesser player, and it's nothing to do with mindset or anything. It's you probably try
79.
too hard knowing that you played so well, and you don't throw with the freedom as you do when you're the favourite as to when you're the underdog. So she will learn to overcome that.
27. Natalie require 145.
145 for 2-0. All she'll want to do from here is leave it handy.
105.
That's more than handy, I think, Murph. That is lovely. 25. Sometimes you hit the ball in that situation. As Bobby George always says, when you go for 25, you're effectively going for the ball.
58. Natalie require 40.
It's a pleasant surprise when you don't hit it.
Game shot in the
She
second
hits
leg.
double
Natalie
top there, first dart. Gilbert's taking command of this
Third leg, it's Trina to throw first.
match with Gulliver.
Game on.
Yeah, Trina hasn't really got going in this game. Only one three-figure return in the entire match so far. And she hasn't had a dart
100.
at double as a result of, well, not only her not scoring as well as she can, but Gilbert finishing almost perfectly. 2 out of 3.
$28.
Picked up the scoring now, Scott.
Yeah, I think it must have been something you said.
$55. $60.
Yeah, she should be getting a go at a double or two in this leg. She's opened up such a big advantage
38.
with that.
Trini require 161.
180.
$36.
Good to see Natalie dabbing down the darts there. Sign that maybe that last one did just slip out of her hand.
$140. Trini require 125.
Nicely done from Gilbert. So 17 leaves 108. Does she go the 18s route? Does she go back to the 20s? 48 left.
85.
Nicely tidied after a difficult first start, because Gilbert now knows she needs something to leave a shot, and
100.
nice ton
Trini require
will do
40.
that, but 140 doesn't really pressure this tops of Gulliver. Gulliver goes on her travels
Natalie
around the
require
board and
140.
doesn't achieve there.
Well, Gilbert just wants to find one treble to leave the maximum amount of pressure here on
60.
Trina Gulliver. Doesn't manage it.
Trini require 20.
So it's back for that double 10 that she failed to find in the previous visit.
No score.
Can't get much closer than
Natalie
that.
require 80.
Have an opportunity knocks now for Gilbert.
And this to win the match. It's a single dart, a double top.
40.
Could not find it. Gulliver has now squandered 6 in this leg.
Game shot on the third leg.
No mistake with the 7th. That was just for a holder throw. So
it's Natalie to throw first.
Gilbert still favourite
Game
here
on.
for this, having the throw. Here in leg 4.
$60.
It's all about what damage it does psychologically to you when you lose a leg where you've had a dart at it. Here comes Gulliver.
140.
Yeah, she's really
41.
upped it in the last couple of legs. Trina Gulliver. A 180 in the previous one, a 140 in this one, having not scored more than a ton in
100.
either of the first 2 legs.
$100.
Get the tables in the chat room, asks about whether or not we could have a theme week like an Asian week or an American week. I think it'd be a little unfair
40.
to make all of the Asian players travel to Portsmouth. If we were to do that, really, we should go to them. Just not really logistically possible. But we do have and have had several players from different regions participate in the main series. We've had the likes of Spellman, Smith, Gates,
55.
Cameron, all from the North American region, and Asian players like Makuru Suzuki, Haruki Muramatsu have been on that stage as well. And in the next series, we're going to introduce a brand new qualifying spot
76.
for an African qualifier as the game of darts continues to grow in that region.
Yeah, absolutely massive news for the likes of Devon Peterson, who's out there absolutely thrusting the game forward
46.
in his own country and doing all he can.
45.
Nice to spend a couple of days with him in the house a few weeks
78.
ago when I was on commentary, and he's one guy that is so desperate for the game to take off out there, and it is getting bigger and bigger, but he says it's slow and steady steps, and what a lift
59.
that will
Trini
bring
requires
to
67.
South Africa in particular to get a qualifier here in each series.
47.
Gulliver will come back for
Natalie require 140.
double 10 again with Gilbert on 140. A little symmetry from the last leg.
$100. Trini require 20. No score. Natalie
Well,
require
she had 1 dart at
40.
tops for the match. She's now got 3. And that looks like a good guide for Gilbert. Couldn't use it. Double 10.
30.
Fails to find that as well.
Trini require 20.
So Gulliver to get herself right back in this game. That really is unlucky. That
Game
one
shot on the
wasn't.
fourth
That was
leg.
beautiful.
Trina Gulliver.
2-2 it is.
Fifth and final leg, it's Trina to throw first.
Gulliver has the momentum
Game
and
on.
the darts in the 5th leg.
Total Trina turnaround, and she's right on the money again.
140.
Did you say Trina Turner then?
Trina Turner round.
Sorry, yeah, I missed it.
She is hoping to be simply the best come the end of this Women's Week, of course.
85.
Bo Greaves is going to take some beating on Saturday night. She will be there. You can be
34.
there as well. Tickets are available. All you got to do is scan that QR code and you will go straight to the ticket page. Pick the Women's Week, the special week this week, and book yourself a ticket or two or a
43.
few for your friends and family. £2 booking fee. And it's not just this week where tickets are available. You can also buy tickets for any Saturday night here at the Super Series.
I'll tell you now, Murph, I'm definitely coming back.
81.
It was good fun. Even Henry Deacon came on Saturday night. I'm not sure he's given us a £2 yet, though. Someone in the chat was asking where he was
41.
last week. He will be in tonight for the Henry fans out there.
I think he left half a cup of coffee here somewhere. I think that was his payment.
135.
1-11 for Gulliver to win this game. A game, remember, in which she
60.
trailed 2-0 and has faced
Trini
4 match
require
starts.
111.
Yeah, I did say she had the momentum. It's now all about setting it up. 86. And
79.
that's exactly what she does. Uses all that experience.
$105. Trini requires 32.
So to get it done. Awkward. But no problem
Shot and the
for the
match.
10-time world champion
Trina Gulliver.
who produces a great escape victory over Natalie Gilbert. Trina Gulliver takes it 3-2, having trailed 2-0 in that match. Could not seem to score much in the first couple of legs, but then found a 180. That sparked a resurgence, and Gulliver gets the points in Game 5. Game 6 follows this short break. It's O'Sullivan against Turner. Welcome back. The action continues. The end of the second round of fixtures about to get underway, and if Rhiannon O'Sullivan can get the better of Laura Turner, she'll be joining Trina Gulliver at the top of the table with 2 wins from 2. Also victories for Dita Hedman and Natalie Gilbert, but so far without points, Katie Sheldon and Turner herself. Will this be a turnaround? Just like we saw from Trina Gulliver in the previous match, or will O'Sullivan get what on paper is an expected victory for her?
First leg, it's Rhiannon to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, Rhiannon O'Sullivan has an accolade to her name where she is the most capped ladies international dart player in
123.
the whole wide world, I'm reliably informed. With 92 caps for Wales.
60.
So that's some achievement in itself.
It certainly is. She does have a decent record against Laura Turner, has
26.
won 4 of their 6 meetings on record, although Turner won their most recent at the Denmark Open just earlier this month, in fact.
100.
Quarter-final success. The tournament eventually won by
100.
you-know-who, Bo Greaves.
$55.
Yeah, same venue that the Denmark Open is played in as the World WDF World Cup was played in, end of October, I think,
100.
2023. So Bo would have known the venue well.
$60. Rhiannon require 152.
Couple of goes at this. Well, not sure what happened there. Some sort of pest on the stage.
60.
No, that's Owen Binks. He's supposed to be there.
$100. Rhiannon require
Well, it
92.
served as a little distraction, whatever it was, to Rhiannon O'Sullivan. Didn't look like
52.
Laura Turner
require
could spot what the
126.
problem was. She could give her a problem of her own here. A 1-2-6. In the first match, she kept threatening combination checkout. She doesn't threaten that one.
46. Rhiannon require 40. Game shot in the first leg. Rhiannon O'Sullivan. Second leg, it's Laura to throw first. Game on.
Well, it was a good, convincing dart at tops there. For O'Sullivan to take the opening leg.
140. $123. $140. $28. $60.
Turner first down to a finish. O'Sullivan would have needed a maximum to join her.
100. Laura require 161.
Not to be this time. I did mention in Laura's earlier game about a family of darters. I did actually leave
90.
out Laura's mum, who plays County B for Hampshire. Susan Power. Got a horse and everything they have.
60. Laurie requires 71.
So we have a Farmy Bond.
$31.
We should get more goes. Yeah, it's very much a family affair. Team Turner on the back of the collar, you may have noticed.
85.
Yeah, I did.
Laurie
Yeah, I
requires
did.
40. Game shot
Team
the
Turner will
second
be
leg.
cheering
Laura Turner.
after seeing that dart equal up the scoreline in this game.
Third leg, it's Rianne to throw first. Game on. $123.
Plenty of support for Laura in the chat room,
100.
understandably so. Those who enjoy her commentary here at the Super Series want her to be on the stage on Saturday.
100.
Yeah, she really has come to the fore, hasn't she? And her commentary presence is extremely good.
121.
She did say on Monday when she was here that it took her a while after sort of becoming
45.
a commentator to not overanalyze her own game, almost commentate in her own head as she was throwing the darts and second guess what the commentators will be saying about that, what she's doing wrong.
Yeah, that's perfectly
60.
put. That's exactly how it is.
$100.
We're in here to have a judgment, and then all of a sudden you're throwing and you'll start to judge yourself over how
60.
you
Rianne
see the
requires
game
133.
from like a fly on the wall situation. It's very strange to go and do it, and I'm only a few commentators that can probably still playing at the level that will
79.
understand what
Laurie
we're talking
requires
about. But
160.
yeah, it becomes very difficult, but you only make it as difficult as you make it, so you try to avoid that happening.
65. Rianne requires 54.
54 then for O'Sullivan. Not quite sure what the
Game
interaction
shot on the
was there,
third
but
leg.
both seem to
Rianne O'Sullivan.
be having a good old chuckle about it.
Fourth leg, it's Laura to throw first. Game on.
O'Sullivan, though, laughing last and therefore loudest, having taken out the 54 to take the lead.
$45.
I do remember Laura actually
45.
beating me in an exhibition not long after I won the Worlds. Turned out and I said, "Oh, you're playing Laura first." Oh, that no, nice little warm up. Bop, bop, bop. She done me 701 like a kipper.
180.
Darts like that, I suppose. What she did say about Rianne as well, she said she's the most generous opponent in terms of praise. So she would have said to a good shot for that 180. She constantly praises her
140.
opponents. And they do seem to be having a very, very good-spirited game here.
$41.
Yeah, she is. I remember Sam Curtin, the Dorset lass, playing her in the internationals a month or so, 6 weeks ago, and Sam did
140.
turn over O'Sullivan, and she was so complimentary. That's what makes her the special player that she is, though. She can take a loss.
65.
You don't have to like it. You have got to lump it at times, and if you learn to accept those losses, makes you a far better player in the long run
85.
and
Laurie
quicker.
require 170.
Well, O'Sullivan will return looking to seal the win. A second win it would be from as many matches in Group C.
85. Rianne require 91. 39. Laurie require 85.
This may be the only chance to stay in it. And a single 20 would have given her that chance, a dart at the bullseye.
45. Rihanna require 52. $13. Laurie require 40.
Well, she punished that mistake from O'Sullivan.
Game
Yes,
shot
she
on the
does.
fourth leg.
Nicely done.
Laura Turner.
My Laura Turner.
Fifth and final leg, it's Rihanna to throw first.
Well, after such a
Game on.
poor first start, that's even more impressive because Turner didn't allow that to knock her out of her stride, did she? Got the
60.
secondary shot on the double 10. And it's another game that goes a distance. Both Turner and O'Sullivan went to last leg deciders in their opening games.
45.
So Sullivan offered opportunity there with 60 to go in.
83.
Laura Turner through, was trying so hard. Lost the line.
$83.
Nice recovery from Turner there. To stay in touch. That's all she can do now.
123.
Sullivan, masterful there on the treble 20 region. She knows what she has to do in this last leg. She has to keep scoring and hope that her opponent drops off. And
66.
she's not dropping off by much, Laura Turner. Just the odd wayward dart. Just enough to get her away.
60.
And as the leg goes on, the chances to break or get level on score gets less and less. And the pressure becomes more and more to have to hit something.
60. $85.
And that last dart will be like a dagger into the heart of Laura Turner, that last treble 20. Turner should now throw with a bit of freedom, thinking that the leg is gone.
140.
She duly does, and
require 90.
all of a sudden she's back in the leg.
50. Laurie require 107.
So to win it in style. Treble 20. Treble 17. Oh, doesn't get near either. And O'Sullivan will return for tops
37.
to double her
Rihanna
points
require
tally in Group
40.
C.
Well, Sullivan took the gamble
Game
on
shot
not going
and the
20-20
match.
for the ball,
Rihanna
and it's paid off.
Sullivan.
She takes this one 3-2 with that double top. Here's the stats there: 79.58 for O'Sullivan and a 77, and a well-contested game here between these two ladies. Turner still awaits her first win, but O'Sullivan goes to the top of the table alongside Trina Gulliver. We will head into a short break, and when we return, we will be back with Katie Sheldon taking on Trina Gulliver.
Welcome back. 6 games down in Group C here at the Women's Week at the Modus Super Series, and Rhiannon O'Sullivan and Trina Gulliver, the 2 players to have won both of their matches. O'Sullivan beating Turner and Hedman, Gulliver seeing off Gilbert and Turner. Natalie Gilbert herself got a win in the opening game against Katie Sheldon, who in turn went down to Dieter Hedman. So Laura Turner and Katie Sheldon yet to pick up any points. Trina Gulliver on maximum points along with Rhiannon O'Sullivan, and she is back on the stage right now. It is top against bottom in the next game here. And you would have to fear for Katie Sheldon's chances of making it through, Scott, if she were to lose this game. We did speak about it at the start of today's show that these groups are now shorter, a day shorter, therefore 5 matches fewer to work your way back into
First
it.
leg, it's Katie to throw
often
first.
if you lose
Game on.
3 or more, then your hopes are dashed, and that would be 3 straight defeats for Sheldon if Gulliver makes it 3 straight wins.
41.
Yeah, it becomes a problem that the losing after losing then becomes a rut that you get stuck in, and very difficult to get out. And of course, when you're top of the table, things like those 180s always come for you, and you're at the bottom
30.
of the table. You start thinking, why are they happening to me straight away? Puts you on the back foot.
That was
26.
a picture that painted 1,000 words, wasn't it? The face of Trina Gulliver after hitting a 180 and then going 5-1 with the next 2 darts.
100. $59. $26.
Yeah, you can already see Katie Sheldon's feeling it. Just relax, young lady.
49. $100.
I don't know what is young in darting terms these days, though. Of course, Sheldon at 20 is 3 years older than the current Premier League champion.
83.
She wasn't 3 years ago. Oh, of course she was. Yes, she's still been 3 years older, but we wouldn't have known the current Premier League champion then, would we?
60.
Well, this
Trina
time last year,
Require
Littler, of course,
104.
was just becoming a Super Series champion, wasn't he? Won it twice. Well, that's a big miss from Gulliver, but it is one that can be recovered. Really feel
42.
that Sheldon
Katie
needs
Require
something like this to
144.
spark herself this week.
Yeah, it is. It's at the moment it's been
78.
a
Trina
difficult
Require
mental
62.
week for her. She'd be going around at home winning stuff all over the place. It's difficult to come here and then start losing games.
24. Katie requires 66.
It's moments like these that lift you.
No score. Trini requires 38.
It's moments like those that can hurt you as well.
Six. Katie requires 66.
Yeah, good idea from Trina there to six that up and head over to 32.
$34. Trini requires 32.
So, double 16. Both players needing that same target.
No score.
Trader Gulliver has had loads of
80
near misses
requires
today on
32.
doubles. Hasn't stopped her winning her matches so far. But Sheldon can step in here. Well, she doesn't know where to go, doesn't know what to do.
No score. Trini requires 32.
You can Can only give somebody
Game shot on the first
like
leg.
Trina Gulliver
Trina
so
Gulliver.
many chances before she will take it.
Second leg, it's Trina to throw first. Game
Break
on.
a throw is the opening leg there. Sheldon has to find some character now.
I'm enjoying the conversation
60.
on the YouTube chat. Oki Balboa saying he thinks that some changes should be made to the Super Series, the general series that is. Bottom of Group A should be eliminated, and the final should be
100.
expanded to 9 legs. A couple of examples. Now, I don't think anyone's totally against those ideas. They have been discussed in detail. There is an argument
60.
that keeping everything the same it's got its own sort of beauty as well. Think back to the old News of the World, for example, which was an even more brutal format than the Super
81.
Series. It does lend itself to volatility and is a bit of a leveller, so that's kind of been the prevailing ideology so far. Hasn't actually been that long since the
100.
PDC upped their semis and finals for the Pro Tour. They used to still be first to 6 throughout, didn't they?
Yeah, it sure did.
And the Group A elimination thing is
42.
quite an interesting one that has been discussed before. Again, it's something that you can't just sort of bring in
100.
without just making sure whether you add a 13th player to the week, whether more players go through from.
36.
But we do have to think about, for example, players that may have travelled across the world to play in Group A and then might
42.
only get 3 days worth of earning opportunity.
And then the chances are flights will be booked back home on the Sunday, and then that's a lot of time to wait around, which once again
60.
costs money. So
80 require
yeah, I think you may
139.
have something there, Murph. It's a difficult one to implement. I see the idea and why.
59. Trini require 124.
Well, this could be special. The ball.
91. Katie require 80. $29.
Once again, the problem's coming
Trini
for
require
Katie that
33.
she's missing the big numbers. You have to stay safe on those 20s. You have to go big 20. Minimum requirement with the first start to give you a chance.
17.
Oh, Gulliver's
Katie
not
require
tidied up once
51.
again, and Sharon has a chance. And
31.
once again, she misses the big number.
Trini requires 16.
Yeah, only one dart double
Game shot in the second
punished
leg.
by
Trina
Gulliver.
Gulliver.
She's done that a few times today, Katie Sheldon. It wasn't a small miss either, going for the big 11.
Third leg, it's Katie to throw first. Game on.
I understand why people go for the 11 on 51. I do, because obviously you can't bust. You can leave yourself something there, but and the 19 is a far easier number
100.
to hit than 11 statistically. It's a very difficult number to hit. And I know they're the same size as all the others, but it just is. Don't ask me why, it just is.
83.
And I've made that mistake many, many a time. So if I'm on 51, I tend to go for that.
Well, if you
Big old
watch
19.
if you watch the darts, most darts that are thrown in a game are at the treble 20, and they mostly miss high and low rather than left and right, don't they? If you miss high and low in a single 11, then
123.
you're going to be in an even number and not on what you want to be.
Yeah, well put, Murph. That is exactly how it is. Exactly how it is.
43.
Well, how it is for Trina Gulliver at the moment is all going well for the Golden Girl. A victory in this match will take her to 6 from a possible 6 in terms of points. And she will be the
100.
standout star at the top of the table.
$66. 43. $100. Trini require 152.
So this won't go this time, but
60. Katie require 132.
again, looking for that big trouble
Trini
set
require
up.
92.
So 92 for Gulliver. She's going treble 20 for double 16.
$60. Katie requires 74.
She's been in every leg, hasn't she? Katie Sheldon. But again, pulls it low, only gets to go at the
49.
bullseye, and that's been the pattern of play
Trini
for her.
requires 32.
Trina Gulliver for 3-0. Double 8, and she gets it done. So it's 3 of the best for Trina Gulliver, a hat-trick of wins for the 10-time world champion, and she is top of the table and proving to be the one to beat. 3 defeats for Katie Sheldon, but Gulliver picks up the points once more. When we return, it is Dita Hedman against Laura Turner.
Hang on a minute. Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already. Itching to hit the 180. He's gone for the maximum.
$18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape.
Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable. Get match starts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosch.
Pie Face is through. He gets
And
there
he's
in the end.
absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
well, welcome back to the Super Series here in Portsmouth. And if you're just joining us, you would have missed Trina Gulliver beating Katie Sheldon 3-0 and going to the top of the table on 9 points. As you join us now, we have an intriguing affair here between Dita Hedman and Laura Turner. Laura yet to win a game. She's gone down 3-2 to Trina Gulliver. And 3-2 to Rhiannon O'Sullivan. So a couple of tough opening games for Laura Turner. And it doesn't get any easier because along comes Dieter Hedman.
Game on.
Yeah, she's lost to the two players that haven't lost so far. Trina 3 from 3, Rhiannon 2 from 2. As for Hedman, she's 1 from 2. A victory in her match against Katie Sheldon after defeat to O'Sullivan earlier on.
25.
Has hit 3 maximums across her 2 matches so far.
$140.
Particularly against Trina Gulliver, I thought Laura played very well.
Yeah, she did.
She had loads of opportunities, just couldn't take them.
96.
I did go and see girls this morning practicing in the back room before we went on air. I did mention to Laura that, yeah, she was playing in trainers. I've never really seen her playing trainers before, but she said she's found it more comfortable and a little bit higher. And yeah, with a deeper sole, and she finds them more comfortable to play in.
100.
There we are.
Can't stop seeing that backlift since you mentioned it, Scott, in the previous
45.
match. It does go all the way back, doesn't it? A real arc.
Yeah, it's a super arc. It goes right over, doesn't it? And almost the flight almost touches the shoulder.
There's something interesting with Dieter Hedman's throw as well. The point of her dart is pretty much pointing up into the air until she actually releases it.
Yeah, and then she sort of, on release, she dips in as well. So she drops the shoulder but raises the elbow so that she still gets that flat trajectory to the board. It's not changed in all the time I've ever known her. It's the way she throws, and super successful. She draws it back and then, like I say, drops the shoulder a little and raises the elbow as she comes forward.
100.
Good setup,
156.
forcing Turner into action here on the 156, which won't go. So Hedman back for tops when she returns.
41. TT require 40. Game shot in the first leg. Dieter Hedman. Second leg, it's Laura to throw first. Game on. $60.
And as we said with Katie Sheldon, the longer it goes on, when you don't win a game, the harder it does then become a bigger barrier to jump to win one.
121. $60.
People asking again about those wobbly darts, as they've called them in the chat, of Dieter Hedman, asking if you've ever seen any other players use them. John Michael used to use a similar type of set. He had an eventful time when he was here, didn't he? And Richie Edhouse, who's in fantastic form at the moment.
45.
A more recent player.
Yeah, we've got a Dorset County A player, Mark Grimes. He uses them and has done for many a while. For the reasons that I was saying earlier, it does. He says it moves the dart over when you hit it with your
60.
second dart. Once you've got one in the board, it just moves over and lets you get past.
Well, let's have a bit of...
He hit a 9-darter with his against Dave Parletti on the county stage a couple of years ago.
Here's a bit of the wobbly action.
59.
There you go. Do not adjust your set.
I I suppose it must have took some getting used to at the start to
60.
have your dart doing that. But I suppose, like Phil Taylor back in his heyday, he would change anything to get an extra 0.5%. Or what was going on in his head was an extra 0.5%.
Well, I know a lot of you on our YouTube channel have enjoyed watching the
78.
feature that was put out yesterday when the players actually swapped darts. Bo Greaves and Fallon Sherrick played with each other's darts and other players swapping darts as well. It would be interesting to do that with this group and see if any of the other players actually could get
85.
used to throwing Dieters just for 9 darts.
$140.
Working for her here.
$60. DT require 58. Game shot in the second leg.
Hedman
Dita
takes
Hedman.
a 2-0 lead and has the throw.
Third leg, it's Dita to throw
That's the
first.
problem for Laura Turner here.
Game on.
She's to get back into this match. She has to break here, hold, and then maybe even break again to win the match. But that's a long way off. It's all about one leg at a time now is the mental state for a player here.
41.
Sometimes as little as one throw at a time. I try to break the legs down myself to 3 visits to start off because the way that we watch darts, we're now talking about the first 9 darts and the average.
140.
So you concentrate on breaking the leg down to get a good first 9 darts and then see where you are from there.
$140.
An exchange of 2 treble turns in what Hedman hopes is the
100.
last leg of this match.
$44.
And if Hedman does win this leg, it'd be
100.
back-to-back whitewash wins for a couple of legends who are going to meet in their next game, Gulliver and Hedman. It'll be a really special moment for those two to share the stage again. Heartbreakingly for Dita, in the biggest of big
100.
matches,
Lori
Gulliver would
161.
tend to get the job done, wouldn't she?
Yeah, that's the way it used to be, but we all move on and time changes. Every situation is different, and they'll both see this one as a very
43.
different situation.
Have chatted to Dita about those Lost World finals, and she's very positive about it, very determined to ensure that that doesn't define her career legacy. Focused on the titles
41.
won, not on the
We
titles
require
that weren't won.
180.
Yeah, I have to agree with that, and I don't think it does. Really don't think it does. You know, I mentioned it earlier. It's the only one that she hasn't got. Would she give all the others up for that one? Well, that's only a
82.
question you can ask her.
Did you require 135?
For me, I probably know that one that I've got, I probably would have given up all the others for just that one. Because that was the one that made me known and changed my life.
80.
And the finish is over here for Hedman. Turner can get herself back into this game.
39. Laurie required 36. Game shot in the third leg. Laura Turner.
So it was a way back in, and we said it would have to be slow and steady wins the race.
Fourth leg, it's Laura.
One leg at a time.
Game on.
First part of the comeback complete. But Dieter's been there, seen it, and bought many, many T-shirts in this situation. She won't be flustered one little bit.
100. $44.
Coming up after this one, Gilbert O'Sullivan.
55.
Something different on a Thursday afternoon.
Not unless you're listening to Greatest Hits Radio.
Yeah, I should just clarify that's Natalie Gilbert against Rhiannon O'Sullivan. We're not having a real gear
100.
change. Somebody's made an interesting
85.
suggestion. Now, to be honest, we haven't actually said to the YouTube chat. It does come around quite often, the conversation about what specials week you would like to see. We haven't actually suggested that today, but you've just done it amongst yourselves. And one of the frequent suggestions is a commentators week, because we do have a lot of dart playing commentators here.
63.
But they've added in the extra spice of when you're not playing, you actually need to come back and commentate on the other matches.
So like do a full circle, come off the stage, up the stairs, into the comms box, out through the presenting box, the interview window, and then down the other set of stairs and back
60.
on stage. It could work.
Exactly. So it's kind of dart circuit training, isn't it?
Just imagine the chat in the back room. 6 commentators. You wouldn't get a word in edgeways, would you?
41.
Yeah, Mason, Nicholson, Mitchell, Durrant, Edgar. Put Laura Turner in there as well.
60.
I think Laura would win it because we all hate playing the ladies of that era that you mentioned.
Certainly would stay away from me or Henry being involved that week.
Yeah, that would be interesting.
61.
Well, 1-4-1 for Laura Turner and 2 visits out. This game looked done and dusted, but Turner has worked her way back into it. And almost produces that big finish that she had been threatening today. Wasn't far away. Good thrown dart from Turner, just not in.
No, nicely almost done, that one. Headman back on
100. Laurie
192.
required 24.
Half that deficit.
No score. DT
So
required
offers
92.
Headman an opportunity, does Laura Turner. Missing that 24.
$89 left now. So Turner will be coming back again.
40. Laurie required 24.
So double 12's coming in. This time she hits it on the inside. She was outside with the 3 last time.
22.
I was way inside.
DT
6
required
darts
52.
missed. I think she knows the writing is on the wall.
Double 8. Double 4. Oh, so
48.
close. Another
Rory
chance for
required
Turner.
2.
Yeah, even with those tiny, thin points, they were still very close. One up and out of the way.
Game
One
shot
in.
the 4th leg. Laura Turner.
So we go down the last, as we stated, at 2-0.
5th and final leg, it's Dieter to throw
Turner's
first.
to win this game. She's
Game
going to have to
on.
break the headman throw for the second time.
$93.
Solid start from Hedman. Has had the chance to get this match won.
Yeah, she knows minimum requirement in this situation is first throw. You have to hit a big treble and bring that home. She didn't need all the experience from all those years to know that. She knew that anyway.
Well, Turner manages to do the same. And that's well placed for Hedman to build on.
140.
And build on it she does.
This is where the pressure is now turned back onto Laura Turner from Hedman with that lovely score of 140.
140.
Done very well to stay with her. All she will be thinking every time she sees Hedman go up and hit a treble or two is just stay with her. So in case she misses at the end of the leg, I'll be there.
Yeah, it's all you can do in this situation. A lot of people, when they're throwing second, feel they need to do this and that and big scores and whatever. You've really got to just duplicate and keep your opponent under pressure and hope on hopes that you get a chance at a double of some sort. Similar way to Andreas Harrison did on Saturday night.
85.
To Cam Crabtree. Got himself a dart at the ball in that final leg and hit it. First dart.
It's been pretty much blow for blow in this deciding leg. Nothing between them.
59.
This is where now, if Turner can find one treble, she becomes favourite. Hedman on a pot shot, a 1-2-6.
100.
Yeah, really nice
Dizzy
last
Laguire,
there
126.
from Turner. So Hedman on 1-2-6 will start downstairs. She will stay there, looking for that 57 for the bullseye. 26 scored, so back up the top.
46. Laurie requires 76.
The throw has been turned by Turner.
And it would be a total turnaround. Okay, 61 remaining, and she'll probably have to go 11 ball. That's what she does. Oh, and
51.
that is agonisingly close.
80.
Did it right. She had to get a dart or something to give herself a chance to win the match. You've got to back yourself with that one dart. And Hedman looks like she's going to have to do the same here. Another big 20. And then it's all about backing yourself on the double top. Oh, and she did it as well. What a dart from the England ladies skipper, Dieter Hedman. And what a game that was too. Took off into a 2-0 lead there, did Hedman. Laura Turner crawled back into it. Unfortunately, just didn't quite get back in because the England ladies captain, she hit that lovely 80 shot to win the match. That's what big players do, big moments. 75.95 average for her and 74, a competitive game indeed. We'll be heading into a short break and we will return with Natalie Gilbert taking on Rhiannon Sullivan.
Welcome back to the Women's Week here at the Modus Super Series, where we've just seen Dieter Hedman get the better of Laura Turner to move on to 4 points, along with Rhiannon O'Sullivan, who, if she wins this game, can move on to 6 points and remain unbeaten, alongside Trina Gulliver. An interesting group the way it's panned out so far, but Natalie Gilbert has also been impressive. She had a 3-1 win in her opener against Katie Sheldon and was only beaten 3-2 by Gulliver, the league leader. So no certainty for O'Sullivan, and Gilbert does have the advantage of throw in this race to 3 legs.
First leg, it's Natalie to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, could have been a international fixture 6 weeks ago. These two could have played one another up in Glenrothes, but they didn't draw one another, so that couldn't happen.
140.
Once again, Natalie Gilbert starts off like a train.
60.
There's a little wait since that game with Gulliver. There's been 3 matches since then.
30.
I always feel as a player, sometimes it's nice to be straight back on if you've lost and have a game off, and then you're ready to go again. You don't want to lose again, and having to wait, for me personally, is not the way I would like to do it, but that's just the way the cookie crumbles. It's all drawn
45.
together. When you're putting the groups the way that you are.
Remember back in the very, very early days of this concept when players were playing from home, and they'd pretty much play in shifts. So you'd see one player, for example, have completed all of their games a third of the way through the day. Another player might complete
41.
most of theirs in the middle, so they'd overlap with that first player. And then you'd have 1 or 2 that would have to be spread out so that everybody could play everybody. But yeah, it was
I
different
played
way.
in those days, and it was a really sort of, sometimes you could be on a real, it felt like the night shift. You were starting the early one at early doors, and then you'd be part of the last game, and it
30.
could get fatiguing because you can't just stand there throwing because you're at home. You tend to go off and have a bite to eat and do something
60.
else, and then come back, and your mind was never at a dart match. It was the strangest thing playing from home.
Well, one commentator, whose name I won't mention, actually missed a couple of games because he caught 40 winks and forgot to wake up,
80.
commentating from his own home.
Yeah, I remember I forgot to press a button to switch the game off
83.
from my end.
Natalie required
And then
135.
everybody's going mad for me, trying to get hold of me. And of course, my phone's on silent because we'd been playing, and we had to cut the link and make up a whole new link and a whole new room because I'd
49.
managed to forget to press the button out.
97.
And then I had a few irate phone calls within the next hour when I did find the
Game
messages
on the first leg.
to saying,
Rhiannon
Scotty, you haven't
O'Sullivan.
logged out, so it caused a big problem.
Well, it's home from home, this for Rhiannon O'Sullivan. She's looking
Second
very
leg, it's
comfortable on
Rhiannon
the
to throw
Super
first.
Series stage.
Game on.
A lovely 2-dart kill of 97 to take the opening leg away from Natalie Gilbert.
100.
Gilbert herself was waiting on 86 at the time there, so a timely checkout from the Welshwoman.
Well, our previous highest checkout was 80 from
80.
Peter Hedman in our last match. And that was to win the game against Laura Turner.
$123. $83.
Natalie Gilbert definitely has a game face, doesn't she? It doesn't change.
45.
No matter what the situation, it's got to be. She's there, just concentrates on every single dart.
45.
And you can't tell whether she's hit a 26 or a 180 because she walks to the board in the same manner.
100.
Absolutely gives nothing away. Poker face, I think.
Yeah, she's a super player, but she's finding it tough going against O'Sullivan here. Her remaining games
85.
are against
Rihanna require 133.
Laura Turner and Dita Hedman. Rianne will still have Trina Gulliver and Katie
47.
Sheldon to play.
$125.
That looked easier to hit a 180 than miss it, didn't it? With those two sat there perfectly to be thundered into.
Oh, that's again Rianne O'Sullivan deciding not to go
83.
for a single number to leave the balls. I think she's just realised what she's done. She shook her head. I don't think it was a calculated gamble. I think it was just having the programme numbers in her mind and not taking note of what her opponent was on. And she almost made her pay for it.
Rihanna requires 32. Game shot on the second leg. Rihanna O'Sullivan.
Definitely dodged a bullet there, did O'Sullivan.
Natalie to throw first.
That's for sure.
Game on.
Is one area of the game that she could work on is just that little bit of concentration, that little bit of awareness. We've seen her miscount a couple of times
41.
on that occasion, just not knowing what her opponent was on and dicing with danger as a result.
140.
And you'll be surprised how much that does change your game when you're, your match awareness of what your opponent's doing. There's certain points in the match where I for one, don't take any notice of what my
45.
opponent is doing. And then there's certain points in the match where you have to take notice because it dictates where you have to throw. So,
81.
Players can say, oh, well, I take no notice of my opponent. I do this, I do that. Utter rubbish. You've got to be part of the game. You've got to be... Yeah, there are periods of it that you don't have to look what your opponent's doing because...
60.
Well, 9 times out of 10, your referee's shouting it out to you, so you know. But relatively speaking, when you get to that bottom end of it, you've got to know what your opponent's doing because it does dictate exactly where you need to throw.
$96.
Well, O'Sullivan could be on the verge of closing out a 3-0 win. I don't think that scoreline will tell the story of the match.
85.
She does have the lion's share of victories in meetings between this pair, although Natalie did beat her in the quarterfinals of the
43.
Dutch Open this year.
Required 55.
This could be Rianne's revenge.
35.
She will return. Go back on 216 and
26. Rihanna required 20.
she has one or two of those loose ones now and again where she doesn't quite grip it properly, but she won't get another chance to have another one of those in this match because Rihanna O'Sullivan takes the double 10 for a 3-0 win. Her average, look at that, 81.98 for her. 3 out of 5 on the doubles. 97, the highest checkout there. Natalie Gilbert struggled with the scoring and hence struggled to get near a double with O'Sullivan in such good form. We'll take a short break and we will return with Trina Gulliver versus Dita Hedman.
Well, two legendary ladies about to do battle here on the Super Series stage. Plenty of stories of old to be told, but the story of today is this. Wins so far, 3 of them apiece for for Trina Gulliver and Rhiannon O'Sullivan. Natalie Gilbert started with a victory but has lost the last couple of games. And Dita Hedman also with a couple of wins to her name. Laura Turner and Katie Sheldon are yet to pick up any points. Gilbert has 2, Hedman has 4, but at the top of the tree and undefeated, Gulliver and Rhiannon O'Sullivan. And as mentioned, it is Gulliver and Hedman that are about to do battle. They've done battle many, many times. Hedman actually has the better of their head-to-head record, but the most famous one, 8 years ago now, that 10th world title for Trina Gulliver that seemed to come out of nowhere. Everybody thought that she was done after the 9, just the 9. She'd settle for that, and many thought that Dita Hedman would never get a chance. She may never get a better chance when she lost that one 3-2, having led in that game as well, missing opportunities. But she does, as I mentioned, have plenty of wins against Gulliver, some in big ranking finals as well. This is a friendly rivalry renewed, and a trip down darting memory lane, Scott Mitchell.
Yeah, definitely for me.
Throw first.
I was around 1 or 2 of those world title wins at Lakeside. And yeah.
60.
If I remember rightly, I think Trina beat Lisa Ashton in the quarters that year and opened the door up for her to go further. I don't think that year she was expecting to get past Lisa. Lisa was the world champion from the year before.
85.
Maybe the confidence boost she needed at the time to go on and get that number 10.
81.
And of course has been since presented with the trophy, hasn't she? After the BDO ceased to exist, she was gifted the trophy by a generous bidder who got it at auction and then presented it to her at the World Seniors Champion of Champions in Blackpool last year. An emotional moment for Trina Gulliver. Really wasn't expecting that.
No, I'd heard it was going to happen
43.
about half an hour or 40 minutes before. I was out having a nice fish and chip meal with said gentleman. And yes, I'd heard that was going to happen, and knew what a big moment that would be for her. And rightly so, I think, to have that trophy after winning it 10 times to herself.
43.
Campaign so hard to get it, and to win 10 of them, just super stuff.
Yeah, Trina has got 10 world titles. Maybe nobody will ever win more, although Bo Greaves is already on 2 at the age of 20. But Dita Hedman has won more titles than any other player in the game. Ranking titles
55.
won all around the world.
154.
For the Caribbean Queen. Well, this is how she wins them.
134.
Yeah, we've counted up, Scott. It's over 230 titles that she's got to her name.
It's astonishing, absolutely astonishing. I know between 31. The two of them, I think they've got 140 caps for England, the two that are on stage right now. I think Trina, I'm told by a very reliable source, is
Dita Hedman
on 71 caps for England, and I believe Dita is actually on 69 at the moment and chasing down that England record that Trina Gulliver has set.
Hedman takes the first leg in this one. A match of real majesty in darting terms.
60.
And if you were to combine their title tallies, you'd be somewhere around the
60.
400 mark.
Again, absolutely astounding.
That's a lot of good days at work, isn't it? I don't think I've had 100 good days at work in my lifetime.
Today excluded, of course, Murph, being sat here with me. Of course, you're loving it.
Oh, yeah, I was talking about my own performance, not my enjoyment.
Oh, okay.
27.
You've enjoyed it every time, then. That's what you're saying.
Absolutely,
which is great,
yeah. I
which is
just
great.
don't know why I keep getting asked back. Must be well in with the executive producer, I guess.
Must be. I asked myself the same question. So must I. Maybe it's because I live local. I'm not sure.
Someone in the chat said, "Is this the greatest darting rivalry?" And there probably aren't any that have stood the test of time this long.
I think that's probably a very
60.
very genuine point. I think there's been rivalries probably for both players over the years. You know, Anastasia popped up at one point, didn't she? And did she won 3? I think, didn't she? Did she win 2 or 3? So yeah, there was a rivalry there, and Aileen de Graaf came through in later years, didn't she? Yeah, there's been rivalries right the way through, I would imagine, for both ladies, and yeah, they both stood the test of time because they're both still here where others aren't. Not for the lack of wanting to, I will hasten to add.
Manodi has done it all while working full-time herself.
99.
Yeah, that's the special bit for me, being one of those full-time grafters myself, and never. I don't know whether I say take the plunge to do it as a job, as a professional profession. It's just probably more about the opportunity. It was never going to be that way for me.
Well, it's tops for 2-0.
34.
I do know that Dieter has been sort of working till early hours of the morning, then clocks off, jumps on a plane, goes somewhere, plays a game, wins the tournament.
59.
She's trying to tuck herself up in bed again by 8 o'clock to get ready for the next day. You know, the effort, and it's very different for a working player.
Yeah, night shifts as well, isn't it? Often for Dieter Hedman. Remarkable.
20.
Well, the way that this game has gone, you would think it was Hedman that was unbeaten. Gulliver hasn't actually yet managed to record a score of 100 or more.
100. Teacher required 20.
Well, that was a positive version of the commentator's curse.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't get too many positive vibes come from here.
Game
And
shot
there
the
we go.
second leg. Dieter Hedman.
Usually when we mention something, it goes disastrously wrong and the other way.
Third leg, it's Trina to
Because
throw
we're mentioning
first.
something good usually. So, yeah.
Gulliver looking to fight back.
99.
I've seen a couple of games where a player's led 2-0 and opponent has at least forced a decider. If not gone on to win it, we of course saw
60.
Trina herself turn one round from 2-0 down to a 3-2 victory.
Yeah, looks like she's going to have to do that again here if she's to win this match. Again, as we said in the game before.
60.
When we were watching Katie Sheldon, it was one leg at a time. Probably break the game down into 9 darts at a time.
43. $24. 97.
Gullif having the better of this third leg so far.
Mainly there because of the visitor 24 from Hedman.
78.
Well, the other thing is both were England captains, weren't they, for many a year, and Dieter still currently is. Something else they have in common.
100.
Following this, it will be a very pacey affair as O'Sullivan takes on Sheldon, the two quick-fire players in the group.
74. Trini require 102.
So she'll start up top. 17 will
62.
leave double top.
Did you
So
require 140?
Hedman almost had a big shot in the first leg. Can she do this one? It's not going to be. So Gulliver will be back to get a go at the 40.
60. Trini require 40.
Well, in this format, the game's never over until it's over.
Game
And
shot.
it's not over yet.
Trina Gulliver.
Hedman raced into a two-leg lead with Gulliver barely at the race, but now she's half the deficit
First.
and could
Game
yet
on.
come galloping back.
$60. $25.
Gulliver will be disappointed in that. Hedman just going off with 60. She'd have thought, well, I've got a chance here, and kind of tried to overcompensate, and then with that poor score, Hedman has jumped all over it.
Yeah, Gulliver now has to hit massive, massive numbers to rectify that slow start.
$100. $81.
So it's definitely advantage Hedman after 9 darts apiece.
$100.
Yeah, Gulliver to get level with Hedman would have to find a maximum. She needs 2 trebles to leave any kind of finish, and she's getting neither of those things.
41.
Allowing Dieter all the time
Require 120.
she needs to finish the job here. 120 required. Treble. Shot still on.
60.
She cuts it in half, and that'll do.
Yeah, indeed. Just what the situation ordered. Has to come downstairs.
99. DT requires 60.
You have to give yourself a chance. Gulliver had the awareness to do that. If Hedman misses, she will have a shot at 160. And Hedman has missed.
Trini require 160.
Right now she hasn't hit the treble. She's got to try and get that down under a ton. She'll be looking for a treble with the last dart here.
100.
Nicely done.
Did you require 20?
Maybe just adds a little bit of pressure here. Double 10 to complete the victory. Now it gets awkward. Now it gets tricky. Double 5. Found.
Game shot and the match.
And Dieter delivers. Hedman gets the better of Trina Gulliver, and in doing so, goes joint top of the table. She takes her points tally to 6, along with Gulliver, who she edges ahead of into second place on leg difference. The pair of them remain behind Rhiannon O'Sullivan on the same margin, on the same points, but O'Sullivan has a game in hand, which she will play next against Katie Sheldon.
Well, welcome back to the Modus Super Series here on Women's Week. And just before the break, we saw a titanic battle between two of the ladies' games stalwarts in Dieter Hedman and Trina Gulliver. The result went 3-1 in Hedman's favour, and this is how it's changed the table. Gulliver's been pegged back now by Hedman, and Hedman goes up into second place on legs difference. But as you can see with our upcoming game, Rhiannon O'Sullivan takes on Katie Sheldon, and Katie Sheldon's at the bottom, and should Rhiannon win, she can have a bit of daylight there on 4 games played should she win at the top of the table.
Yeah, it's a big match to keep her top of the table. She would, as Scott rightly says, move on to 8 points, 2 clear. But in any regard, at least we are going to have a race, it seems, in this group, because only 2 can go through, and there are 3 at the moment very much in that race. Just wonder whether or not Natalie Gilbert can add herself to that race. She plays Laura Turner in the next game. If she wins it, she'll be on 4 points, only 2 off second place. And then she will be playing one of those players, Dieter Hedman, while Rhiannon will be playing Trina Gulliver. So there's a real opportunity, I think, for
Game on.
it to be bunched up between probably 4 players, or alternatively, Rhiannon could win all of her matches and end up pretty much home and hosed going into tomorrow.
140.
Yeah. Because you can bet your bottom dollar the others are going to beat each other up around her.
140.
This is the fourth meeting, of course, between this pair this week. Both were Group A participants.
60.
Rianne with a 3-1 win when they met yesterday, but Sheldon did beat her on Tuesday 3-2, one of her
140.
2 victories in Group A.
$100.
As a player, you know that. You know you're
60.
playing somebody that you've beaten in the last few days, particularly when you're struggling to find a win. It's something it does between your ears that
55.
I don't know why it
Agent
happens in
required,
darts, but it just does.
161.
You forget about all the losses and you just remember the win against the person you're playing.
41.
And it just gives you
Rihanna required,
confidence.
146. $90. Katie require 120. $78. Rihanna require 56. $36. Katie required 42.
So a chance for Sheldon here on 42. 10 or a 6 goes the 6th route, double 18.
Game shot
And
on
she
the
gets
first
it.
leg.
Much
Katie
more
Sheldon.
positive, that 42, when she went for it. Much more positive.
Second leg, it's Katie to throw first. Game on.
We'll never know whether she missed the big number because she was going for a 10 or a 6. We don't know. Only she can tell us. Was she going for a 10?
100.
Was she going for a 6? Either way, makes no difference. She takes the leg. And another thing you'll notice about this game is it will be played at a slightly
140.
quicker pace. And I still think that still suits Katie.
40.
Fortunate there, that dart caught a flight and sort of hit the board flat at a sort of 60-degree angle, and that when the points
81.
start hitting in a forward motion at that angle, they will not hold on to the sisal in the dartboard and they will drop out, which is exactly what you saw.
41.
Well, I do hope that those of you who are able to get to Portsmouth on Saturday night are considering coming down for the
100.
Women's Week finals. A lot of you have clamoured for this event to happen, and if you want to support it, the best way
55.
is to scan that QR code, part with £2 of your hard-earned, and get yourself here to watch finals night from 7:30 on Saturday night. We will have Bo Greaves there, of course. Fallon Sherrick hoping to be there. She's in action tonight. Rihanna O'Sullivan looks
43.
likely.
Rihanna require
Anyone wanting to make that
120.
trip from Wales to support her, now's the time to get the tickets booked because they are limited and they won't last
80.
long. If you are a bit old-fashioned, just go to the website. That's old-fashioned now, apparently.
26.
Dartshop.tv.
Rihanna require 40. Game shot on the second leg. Rihanna O'Sullivan.
Sullivan levels the match.
Third leg, it's Rihanna to throw
Yeah,
first.
2 breaks of throw.
Game on.
Trope in this match.
$81. $60. $60. $60.
I would like to see Katie just get that first dart above the treble.
60.
And purposely do it if you have to, because she's going at the treble. She's much more prolific when she gets one
41.
just above, and it just leaves her space. She doesn't seem to change very often and move targets.
100.
So if you're not going to do that, you've got to make sure in a conscious effort that your first one is above and not causing you
41.
problems.
$140.
She's having problem enough with O'Sullivan at the minute.
60. Rihanna requires 60.
Possible 17 data coming in.
20.
Yeah, she's been generally pretty handy on tops. Couldn't
99.
find it
Rihanna
on that
required
occasion, but
40.
we'll return with 3 more at it. 2 10s.
Game shot in the third.
She's
leg.
turned this game around
Rihanna
pretty
O'Sullivan.
quickly. Someone in the YouTube chat spotted a
Fourth
rather
leg, it's Katie
fascinating
to throw
pattern
first. Game on.
involving Dieter Hedman. In her first game and second game today, she had exactly the same
41.
average in both. And then in her third and fourth game, she also had the exact same average.
40.
Well spotted. 72.81 in the first 2, and then 75.95 in the second 2.
140.
Yeah, well done. Our eagle-eyed fan there.
60.
Well, that means using the exact same amount of darts in each of those games, and there's not an awful lot between those averages as well. So nothing is not
100.
consistent today, Dieter Hedman, and she will return for the penultimate game of the day when she takes on Natalie Gilbert. Gilbert has her
60.
game in hand against Laura Turner next. You would feel that if Turner loses that one and Sheldon loses this one, then they're both pretty much done
60.
in terms of trying to qualify.
Yeah, losing 3 games in a row in this group is a bit of a no-no on
180.
qualification, but
Katie require 160.
losing 4, you'd say, is a mountain to climb.
120.
What an
Rihanna
exchange that
require
was, and almost was
161.
even better. Because O'Sullivan's 180 was almost followed by a Sheldon 160. You just see
60.
Sheldon has
Katie
played her
require
best games
40.
against Rihanna O'Sullivan. For me, one word as to the reason why: pace. It just suits her.
20. Rihanna require 101.
It really does. I noticed it immediately when we started this morning that
83.
she needs to make sure that she
Katie requires
dictates the
20.
pace of her game. She can't do anything about your opponent. You've got to make sure that you've got your game right.
Game shot
And
in the
there's
fourth
just something
leg.
about the way
Katie
that
Sheldon.
when she's a little quicker, it's not massive. It's split seconds
Fifth and final
quicker.
leg, it's Rihanna to throw
But she
first.
throws the dart so
Game
much
on.
harder when she's throwing quicker and more direct, which is why I think when she's trying to place them, throwing a little bit slower, she's not quite throwing with the same forward propulsion.
80.
And so that's why it's dropping under the treble 20. I think she's trying to make it go there rather than say, no, she's trying to hope it goes there rather than making it go there.
Yeah, I think she just likes that
100.
feeling of walking around the stage, walking back, and then pretty much ready to throw again because her opponent's also quick. And I think if we went back
100.
all of her matches today and timed her own throw, her own visits, it would be at least a second faster in this
81.
match.
Yeah, and even when she's throwing that little bit quicker, when she throws a bad dart like that one, she then adjusts lovely with that
60.
quicker pace. Straight into the treble 20.
Yeah, she thrives in this kind of speed.
60.
But it's still a tough ask to beat Rihanna O'Sullivan. Nobody has managed it today.
$180.
So Sullivan's second of the match.
60. Rihanna require 81.
You would think treble 15. And this time she has no requirement to go single to bull, so she can just tidy this up.
56
41.
left, so tidies it up. All Sheldon can do is hit something big and hope she gets back to it or even leaves herself a
60.
shot.
Rhiannon require 40.
Well, that's a wayward one.
Game
Well,
shot.
she found a way in the end.
Rhiannon
By hook or by
Sullivan.
crook, Rhiannon O'Sullivan managed to get the job done. A 3-2 success against Katie Sheldon, a win that sees O'Sullivan remain unbeaten. The Welshwoman on top of the table. Sheldon, though, 4 defeats from 4. And I think it is now safe to say that her chances of being at finals night are fading to an almost impossible vision for O'Sullivan. She is in charge of this group and looking to complete a perfect day when she takes on Trina Gulliver in a couple of games' time. But before that, Laura Turner will meet Natalie Gilbert.
Well, welcome back to Women's Week here at the Super Series. And if you just joined us, you've missed Rhiannon O'Sullivan beating Katie Sheldon 3 legs to 2 and gapping herself at the top of the group. But you have joined us just in time to catch up with this match. Laura Turner taking on Natalie Gilbert. And I have to say, I know she's one of our fellow comms people, so we all feel a bit, a camaraderie. But I feel unlucky for her today. She's lost all 3 games, 3-2 to Hedman, to Gulliver, and to O'Sullivan. And she's down there at the bottom, but she's played a lot better than that. Just hasn't had the breaks.
Yeah, a bit of bad luck. Maybe that can turn here. But I don't know how much help it will be at this point because we have got 3 players on 6 or more points
First leg,
already.
it's Laura to throw first.
For Gilbert, it's
Game on.
a win that would be more of interest because she could move within 2 of 2nd and 3rd place. And then she plays one of those players in her last game. So every opportunity for her to still end up in the provisional qualifying spots come the end of the day.
60.
But as we kind of predicted at the top of the show, and as the bookmakers predicted, it's Rianne who's run riot. O'Sullivan 4 from 4 ahead of her game with Gulliver.
Yeah, and as the day's gone on and as the match wins have come her way, she has
100.
jumped all over them, hasn't she? And really taken lots of confidence from it. This is our last game. It's game 12 in our
30.
little blocks. After this one, just 3 remaining, and I still feel that if Laura can turn this one around and maybe win her last one against Katie Sheldon, she then has to set about those top 3 and do something about herself tomorrow. But easier said than done when you're feeling a bit hard done by on the back of 3 losses.
40.
By the way, week 1 of Series 8 gets underway next week, and tonight we will reveal the lineup.
Oh, please don't commentate tonight. I'll find out who it is.
Yeah, stay tuned for that. We have got a few new names, new faces coming in the next series. Players that haven't yet had debuts. And we will...
60.
Although none of those are playing next week, we will, over the course of the next few weeks, start revealing a few of those. I can tell you we have got one player next week that is returning, having
40.
played in Champions Week. And we've also got a multiple world champion in the lineup. There, I'll leave it at that for now.
Phew, that's not me. Thank goodness for that. I was going to say I didn't remember being booked for next week, but you said multiple,
45.
so nothing to do with me. How many's multiple? Anyway, we'll leave it there. Got me going now. You've got me thinking.
More than you, Scott. That's how many multiple is.
Thanks.
Certainly more than me.
41.
It was a fantastic Champions night to end the series. The breathtaking end to the final
30.
between Harrison and
Natalie
Crabtree. Well
Rockwell,
worth watching again.
139.
Yeah, sensational. And a great, like I say, closing of the 12-week series that it was. It was a really interesting series. There was
77.
records being broken there all over the place during the series. And then I don't think there's been too many more entertaining evenings than the finals night on Saturday.
55. Natalie requires 62.
Well, she's got time on her side here, Gilbert.
Natalie
You
requires
mentioned
40.
that Turner's been unfortunate, but you do worry that sometimes those defeats can get to you and then affect your performance.
20.
Oh, they do.
Laurie
I can tell you they do as a
78.
player. The eyes of the world are upon you. And you get far more people telling you they watched you when you lost than you ever do when they watch you when you won.
54.
Almost rescued that leg.
Natalie required 20.
Loads of times we've seen her hit trebles at the start of finishing combinations, but then not being quite able to take out the double.
No score. Laurie required 24.
Well, she hit the double, just the wrong one. What the one she was after. So Turner gets a reprieve. Well, she's done exactly the same.
Game shot in the first
I see what
set.
she's done there. She didn't
Laura
fancy
Turner.
double 12. Just nice double 5, double 7 combo.
Second leg, it's Natalie to throw first. Game on.
Just like shelling peas that was for her.
Well, yeah, the difference was, of
100.
course, that when Gilbert did it, she bust the score, so didn't get another go, where Laura Turner was able to take aim at a different target, and she found it.
100.
She's under enough pressure at home anyway, with Neve now coming into the family game, her daughter, and playing as well as she does.
26.
So there's enough pressure on her game at home, let alone having to come here and take on some of the best ladies in world darts at the moment, which she is one of them, by the way. Let's not forget that.
45.
A question in the chat room. Commentator of the year, question mark. We don't need to go into that. I think we all know.
180.
I wouldn't put that down to a popularity vote.
Yeah, we won't have a poll on that.
No, just people in Dorset can vote. That'll suit me.
Well, I have to say, I've probably got the easiest job of all the commentators here because I don't have to ever go on the stage and
100.
back it up. Brilliant 180 from Gilbert a couple of visits ago. So put herself in the box seat in this leg.
100. Natalie require 95.
So 76 incoming. 88 incoming.
79.
Oh, width of a blade wire away.
Yeah, but it's 9 missed doubles in the match, including the one she hit.
It's definitely been her Achilles heel.
26. Natalie requires 16.
She's going to get some more goes at it.
Game
Only
shot
needs
the
the
second
one.
leg. Natalie Gilbert. Third leg against Laura to throw first. Game on.
Bit of a do-si-do there. Well, it is country dancing season. The sun is out and the barns are empty. So, yeah, before the corn comes in.
$60.
Big game this. Really for Laura Turner to give herself any chance and for Gilbert to try and keep clinging to the coattails of the top three.
140. $43. $68. $100.
Nice last dart there from Gilbert, but you saw that she put a wall up with her first two darts so that she could just use them as a guide to where she was going.
83.
To see the frustration starting to spill over now onto the expressions of Laura Turner.
$97.
96 for Natalie. When she steps back up to the hockey.
60. Natalie require 96.
So once again, she hits the treble, double 18.
Game shot in the third.
And a nice little
Natalie Gilbert.
shot for her, and that gives you loads and loads of confidence when you start doing that.
It's Natalie to throw first.
And that was a breaker throw
Game
as
on.
well.
$91.
So if she wins this, 4 points for her, 6 for Gulliver, 6 for
60.
Headman, 8 for O'Sullivan. And Turner and Sheldon, who meet in the final game of the day, will go into that game without any points
100.
between them.
Yeah, indeed they will.
$100. $100.
Gilbert once again placing those first 2 darts on the top of that treble 20 wire and able to use it to hit a treble 3rd dart.
41.
Laura tends to be the opposite. She tends to be underneath and drift one over the top.
$140.
Yeah, nicely done from Gilbert.
It's a really good closing out of the game, this. Turner may have one more trick up her sleeve.
100.
Not enough.
Natalie requires 70. $54.
Once again, we're talking about Turner having to try and find a treble here to leave herself handy.
60. Natalie
It's not
requires
happened
60.
again.
For the win.
Game shot and the
Gilbert
match.
gets the win. A
Natalie
second win of her
Gilbert.
campaign, leaving Laura Turner stranded towards the foot of the table on no points. She will take on Katie Sheldon in the curtain closer today to see which one of them gets some kind of return. But Natalie Gilbert is more than in the mix for the top 2. In fact, just 2 points behind the players in 2nd and 3rd place, Trina Gulliver and Dita Hedman. Rhiannon O'Sullivan, though, leads the group, and she is back in action for the final time today to see if she can make it a perfect day when she takes on Trina Gulliver. Well, have you ever wondered how well Fallon Sherritt could play with Bo Greaves as darts? How will she fare?
23. There we go. This is why. No! Game on. Right,
Look at the swagger with the golden girl.
Here we go.
Chopped and changed. This will feel very alien.
And look at the difference. No big ass.
180!
Yeah, really interesting, fun challenge when the Group A players yesterday swapped darts. That video available now on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel. We saw Trina and Rhiannon throwing each other's darts. I won't let you know who won that challenge. We, of course, saw Fallon Sherritt and Bo Greaves play with each other's darts. Is it the darts or is it the player? Well, certainly today the player has been Rhiannon O'Sullivan, top of the table, 4 wins from 4, 2 clear of Dita Hedman and her opponent in this one, Trina Gulliver. So the question is can Gulliver stop her and go level at the top, or will O'Sullivan complete a perfect day on Women's Week? Of course, the only player to have managed that so far is Bo Greaves, not just once but twice, and the only reason she didn't do it 3 times is because Kirsi Vinakainen got the better of her when the pair met on Wednesday. She made it 14 wins from 15, a tally that has only been managed by 5 players, and one of them is sat alongside me in the comms box.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, were you talking to me?
Those were the days, eh, Scott?
Yeah, nearly 4 weeks ago now. Yeah, no, it's lovely. You just get on a roll. I've been here where I've struggled to get that first win as well. I've been on both sides of the coin here, and yeah, very difficult once you get 2 or 3 losses on the bounce to really dig deep and find that first win. Whereas if you can start and it's nice to start with a win, that's lovely. Then you get 2 wins, you think, oh yeah, I'm all right here. And then the others start playing you a little bit differently depending on how you've won. And then you start to reel them off. The confidence just comes and it flies. You can't wait to get back up there. You want to be back on every other game.
And having seen what she's done today, it's remarkable to think that on Tuesday this week, Rhiannon O'Sullivan didn't get any wins. Lost all 5 matches, including a 3-0 defeat in this fixture.
I was just about to say the same. It's such a turnaround. What happens when the wind changes direction? That's what it is.
125.
You ask Rhiannon to explain it. Firstly, she won't know how it's happened, and secondly, she might speak a bit quick, and you may not understand her anyway with that Welsh accent. But yeah, she's definitely on a roll here today. That's without doubt. And you just go with it. You have so many tough days in darts that when they do go right, you brush it off really.
60.
Well, she's looking to
98.
Go through the card, as we say, here at the Super Series. Treble 15, not found. So Gulliver gets a go at 133.
47. Trina require 133.
So she's starting up the top. Oh no, she went down the bottom. I was following the eyes.
99. Rhiannon require 54.
I followed it wrong. She's left herself 34, so maybe I was right. I don't know.
Game shot in the first
Either way,
leg. Rhiannon O'Sullivan.
Rhiannon O'Sullivan has sorted the problem out for her by shooting a nice 54 in 2 darts.
Game on. $125.
The best set of results that could really happen for Rhiannon is that she beats
100.
Trina Gulliver here, and then Natalie Gilbert does the job against Dita Hedman, because that will mean that nobody is within a couple of points of her.
81.
She is, whatever happens, if she beats Trina here, well, she'll have a 4-point buffer
81.
to 3rd place, which is, in 5 matches, quite a big one to turn around, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. You do with Group C, although it feels like a big group, you do start to run out of games. You've really got to make your move on the first day and set yourself up to be able to finish it off in the second day. We can say that O'Sullivan has really done that.
60.
That's for sure. But yeah, when you're in the chasing pack, you do start to run out of games.
Yeah, I certainly remember the week that you fell into Group C. Obviously, that Group A campaign we mentioned was very convincing. But you actually left the
66.
building assuming that you were out, didn't you, in Group C?
Yeah. My dear friend Nathan now is as we call him, and we're Facebook buddies and everything. Yeah, he'd been struggling all week and
140.
hadn't really happened, and he was playing, I think, top of the group or third in the group, and he was dead on to get the points. But there's now stranger than darts, and somebody came next door and said, you're going to have to get another night in the
22.
hotel. And I said, what are you talking about now? I'm going, I'll be gone. I'm getting picked up later, I'll be gone. And they said, no, you've just qualified. So I had no idea. I was sat in a local establishment next door, drowning my sorrows, turning to joy.
Game
Well,
shot.
it's joy for O'Sullivan.
Rhiannon
Another
O'Sullivan.
fantastic finish, and she's really turning on the style in this game. That's a 15 darter. She's got an average of just shy of 94. A 120 checkout, 2 out of 2 on the doubles. Everything going right for Rhiannon.
22.
A lot of the darts game is played in your mind, and when you're feeling great in your mind, then these big shots then
60.
start to go. She's already had a 78 and a 97, and now 120.
43.
It works the same sort of way in reverse as well. If you're not winning, you start to go, woe is me, what have I got to do to win a game? Before you know it,
40.
the situations are all getting away from you. Put yourself in good positions, and you convince yourself that you need to do this, this and this, when sometimes all you need to do is not think.
100.
Well, she looks likely to win this match. How will Gulliver assess her day, having won her first 3 matches? If she doesn't win either of her last 2, will she be seeing that as a disappointment?
58.
I think the start of the day you would take that. I think you would take that you won 3. You're not out of it, but you're not really right in it. But having won 3 and then to lose your next 2, you kind of wouldn't take that. You'd really fancy at least getting one of those 2. But that hasn't happened. But she's still in the mix, and she's not a million miles away. And that's the way that I would try to put a positive on it.
9.
Would be the way that I would face it.
Oh, the referee Owen Binks was rather dramatic
60.
there, wasn't he? He emphasised the 9 there.
49.
Have a bit of respect,
Rhiannon
referee.
O'Connor, 136.
Some refs will add the
44.
word scored on, won't they, to just try and disguise the fact that they're calling a single digit. 9 scored.
$40. Rhiannon required 92. $32.
Well, she's done a very quick job here on Trina Gulliver, Rhiannon O'Sullivan. In sub 7 minutes, she could
24.
be away with the points
Rhiannon requires 60.
and could have completed a perfect day. And now tops. And now double 10.
46.
Well, she's just spoiled the perfection on the outer ring, and it could get a little bit tricky here if Trina can put a big one in.
$60. Rhiannon require 14.
Oh, 14 it is then for the match. Double 7.
7.
Got awkward, didn't it?
Trini
Got
Maguire,
awkward. 2 blockers there. Got
161.
awkward.
$81.
And it
Rhiannon
could get
requires
interesting.
7.
First bit, don't miss a big number, doesn't. Double 1.
5. Trini require 80.
I wonder if she's thinking the 5 out of 5 now. Is that what's going through her mind and causing a few issues? Well, that's
Game shot in the third leg. Trina Gulliver.
Bemused look from Trina Gulliver of how she got to go at
The
that.
flag, it's Trina to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, we all know that feeling. That's why when I'm at home doing the dishes, just think I finish and then someone walks in with another tray full.
23.
Come in with another tray full. That means you put too much out, mate.
It all gets eaten.
100.
I can't complain. I can't, you know, I've not missed too many breakfasts myself, I've got to say.
125.
Now look what that 80 has done. Gulliver's been lifted and given a bit of confidence, and all of a sudden it's problem time for O'Sullivan.
3.
I've just got a message saying, when do you ever do the dishes? That's very nice.
Very nice to know that.
43.
Watching, I suppose. That's the question there. Well done, you.
100.
Well, O'Sullivan thought she was home and dry in this one, but
85.
7 missed starts at double have allowed Gulliver away back in, and she's in command of leg 4.
100.
A reminder that this has a real repercussion at the top of the table. 4 points between them if O'Sullivan wins this match, but they'll be level on points if Gulliver can get the game won.
All the ramifications
90.
of Group C, and we're only on day 1.
And O'Sullivan ended her day with a fantastic
81.
1-3-5
Training
finish
record,
yesterday. It would be
135.
ironic to see Gulliver popping the same shot against her. She can do it. Treble 20 for Bull.
63. Rihanna require 117.
So treble 19 now. Not going to happen. Back
81.
across the 54, but
Trini
a very
requires
nice,
72.
tidy setup. So pressure applied to the 72.
That's 12 scored.
So it's 12 scored. 20 for double top. Slides across. Going to go through the gap.
32.
Almost did. Touches the wire.
Rihanna requires
So it's
36.
O'Sullivan comes back for the 36.
Yeah, she does like this double. But not on this occasion. Well, she didn't miss any dart at double until they were
No
for the
score.
match. She's now
Trini
missed
requires
9
40.
match darts. Big deep breath before taking aim at double 10.
20.
And surely now O'Sullivan will seal it.
Rihanna requires 36.
Give herself a chance to Gulliver.
Game
And Rianne
shot out of
O'Sullivan
the
seals her 5 out of
Rianne
5
O'Sullivan.
for the day. She did her best to try and give it away, I think, at the end there. Took 10 darts to hit the match-winning dart, but affected the averages a little bit, those missed doubles. 71.50. If you'd have told Rianne O'Sullivan she was going to be 5 out of 5 and top the table at the end of day 1 in Group C, she'd have ripped your arm off. So we'll have to a short break, and we'll be back with Natalie Gilbert against Dieter Hedman.
The iconic vibrating arrows of Dieter Hedman, but she will be hoping to avoid a wobble in her final game of the day. Hedman taking on Natalie Gilbert in the last match for the pair of them, and a victory for Dieter would see her close the gap on top spot to Rhiannon O'Sullivan, who's just completed a perfect day and moved 2 points clear of Trina Gulliver in third, perhaps more crucially. However, if Gilbert can defeat Dieter in this one, then she, her opponent, and Trina Gulliver will all be on 6 points, and we will have a real race tomorrow.
Yeah, it would make second place premium viewing for tomorrow, and we expected that from this group. It was always going to, I still think,
First leg,
the last qualifying place will go down to the wire tomorrow.
Game on.
If Hedman wins, the bookies will have it right at the end of day one. They went for O'Sullivan as favourite, Hedman as second favourite. I think they pretty much had them in the order of the table that they would be if that was the case. I'll have to double check, but pretty sure it was about that.
100.
Some nice comments in the chat. I've really enjoyed Women's Week and it's opened my eyes to the women's game. Incredible how well the ladies are performing. Massive thumbs up to Modus for putting this on. Thanks for your comment. Why don't you give us a massive thumbs up on the YouTube channel as well? Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and there is plenty more content. The women featured in some of our other social media activity, fun stuff away from the serious darts as well.
41.
I've been the usual bullseye challenges and a dart swap challenge where Beau Greaves and Fallon Sherritt played with each other's darts. If you want to see how that turned out,
55.
make sure you subscribed, and at the end of today's live show, just find that video.
$60.
Yeah, the Super Series YouTube channel, so much more than just live darts. It's nice little insights and backgrounds, and you get to know the player, not just the player that throws, and you see during matches, but the lighter side of some of the players sometimes have a very different persona on the board than they do off it. It's nice to get to know that persona they have off the board.
$48.
Well, Gilbert was in a commanding position here, but that visit just opens the door for Hedman.
$60. Natalie require 153.
Well, we're going to see something huge. Not in this visit. What about the next one?
81. Did you require 140?
So not to be after a great first start from Hedman.
Natalie requires 72. $52. DT require 40.
So Hedman comes back for 40 here. For a break of throw and a 1-0 lead.
Game shot on the
That's
first
exactly
leg.
what she gets.
Dieter Hedman. Second leg, it's Dieter to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, break of throw. She looks to make second place her own. It would be O'Sullivan on 10, Headman on 8, Gulliver on 6, Gilbert on 4, and then
41.
one of Turner or Sheldon on 2. The other on no points come the end of the first day's play.
$60.
That uniform league table where the winner has won all 5 and it goes down in terms of wins 4, 3, 2, 1, none.
$60.
Don't forget tonight, another session, Group B getting underway. The incoming players are 2 Lorraines. Hyde of Scotland, Winstanley of England, Vicky Prum
41.
of Sweden, Kirsi Vinnikainen of Finland, and Fallon Sherrock, favourite to win that group, having finished second to Bo Greaves in Group A.
Again, another intriguing group.
140.
10 p.m. live here on the Super Series YouTube channel. And of course, it's the
32.
first Thursday night since the end of the Premier League, so all the darts fans will be watching from the start. We'll see you then. I know a few of you used to tune in sort of halfway through our coverage, having watched the end of that, although last week Luke Littler did the job that quickly that the final has actually finished before we started.
24.
Yeah. Yeah, sensational stuff from Littler last week. I do have to say that I'm a big fan of Luke Humphreys as well. The way that
100.
he's just an absolute gentleman of the game, and
Yeah, proper world number 1, isn't he? Conducts himself perfectly. Understands that being world number 1 and being world champion means more than just having the check and the trophy. You've got to be an ambassador as
95.
well.
yeah, you have, and he's certainly all of that.
$36.
It was a bit of a
Did you require
difficult sporting
141?
week for him, losing the Premier League final and then Leeds United failing to make it to the Premier League. Luke Littler, on the other hand, won the Premier League and then saw Man United win the FA Cup.
59. $54. Did you require 82?
In a couple of weeks, I suppose the Euros all start on the football front.
Yeah, I think we've got a chance, but we'll maybe save the football chat for tonight. Henry Deacon's far more learned on such matters than I
42.
am. He'll be in the chair this evening.
$60. Did you require 40?
Can Headman hit the target and double her lead?
$20. Natalie
The answer
require
to that is no.
118.
So Gilbert has a real shot at the 118. Needs the treble 20 for double 19. No, that's a single 20, so now she'll come out to the 18s. For the 78.
44. DT require 20.
Double 10 for Dieter. We've seen players come a cropper like this before. We saw it from Brianna O'Sullivan in a previous game. That's usable, though. That's usable for Dieter Headman.
6.
Doesn't
Natalie
use it.
requires 74.
Yeah, it's been a long day. Coming to the last matches. Double 10 then for Gilbert.
54.
Couldn't get any closer without
You require 40.
it going in.
Again, a good guide. Lays it
Game
on
shot
top.
The second leg. Dieter Hedman.
And now he's well on top of Natalie Gilbert.
Third leg, it's Natalie to throw first. Game on.
She's going to have to win the reverse fixture tomorrow. If she does lose this, remember it will be their first game. But if Hedman wins this and that, then she'll be 6 points clear of Gilbert with only
42.
8 for the pair to play for. These contests between the two of them are going to be crucial.
Yeah, they sure are. You do start to throw
100.
every dart a little bit tight when we go into day 2 in Group C. If you're there and thereabouts in the mix, particularly early doors, because
61.
if you lose those couple early and go out of the mix, it really is difficult.
Credit to Hedman, the only game that she has lost was her first game. In fact, that match between Hedman and O'Sullivan will be their last game tomorrow.
60.
So there's a possibility that one of them could be on a 9-match winning streak going into it, and the other one could be on an 8-match winning streak.
95.
If that is the case, it doesn't matter what everybody else does. They'll be the two that go through.
No, it certainly doesn't.
$137.
Yeah, nice pick up on the open target of the treble 19 there from Hedman.
$84. $60.
So Gilbert needs to act right now if she's going to save this match.
81.
Visit started
Dieter
well.
require 144.
But it's still advantage Hedman. Oh, not so sure now. Oh yes, still is now. 65 scored.
I
84.
have seen Natalie Gilbert miss opportunities in this game. She's had 3 darts at double. But Hedman will get at least 2 match darts.
47. DT requires 60.
So 60 incoming for Hedman. Nice and safe to the left to leave the gap to the right. And she takes that shot nicely. One she's done hundreds of times before. It's a 3-0 win for Dieter Hedman over Natalie Gilbert. That takes her up to second place in the table. The average is 69 and 62. 3 from 10 for Hedman on the doubles. She won't be worried about that. Her day is done. She's done her job. And she'll be looking for a good night's sleep this evening and come back tomorrow fresh as a daisy. We're heading into a short break and we will return with our last match of the day, which is Katie Sheldon versus Laura Turner.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series for the final game of the first day of Group C action here on Women's Week, and it features Laura Turner, who hasn't picked up a win yet, but neither has her opponent, Katie Sheldon. So that will change for one of them, and one will end the day bottom of the table. Will it be Turner? Or will Sheldon go through what would be a second successive day without victory, having not managed to pick up a win in Group A on Wednesday? Both players will pretty much be resigned to the fact that qualification is beyond them.
Game on.
But now it's about getting that first win.
Yeah, something's got to give. We can't have a draw in this one.
100.
And have 1 point each, so hard bit about these games is they both know that it's a chance for them to win as well. So
85. $60. $40.
bit of the old Wayne model lateral drift there.
21.
Fives and
60.
A few questions in the chat on YouTube about where other certain players are. I've mentioned a few times that we did invite some of the players that you may think should be in, and for various reasons they were unable to play. But we're more than happy with the dozen darters we've got, and we know that there are certainly at least another dozen that could be given the opportunity in a future Women's Week. Robin Byrne, for example, is on holiday, unfortunately. It clashed with a holiday that she pre-booked. And I did say, actually, to Paul Nicholson on Tuesday that Katie Sheldon's so used to travelling with the other Irish players, and to be here on her own, that could make a difference, couldn't it? Just not what she's used to in the practice room.
yeah, massively so. I mean, I had similar situations where I always had sort of travel partners with me wherever I went, whether I was travelling with Richie George or Gary Stafford or, Eddie White
60.
for a bit. And it just,
56.
when it then came to the PDC and I was the only one that had a card, I started having to, drive to Barnsley on my own, and things were very different. It's can be quite a lonely drive, 4.5 hours up there from my place. And yeah, you're absolutely right. It does change how you settle into a situation.
17. Katie required.
With Katie being as bubbly as she is, I know that
Game shot in the first leg. Katie Sheldon.
she likes a chat, so it'd be nice for her to have somebody with her all the time.
Second leg, it's Laura to throw first. Game on.
Well, she takes the opening leg in this one. I know another thing that people have been talking about in the chat has been the other specials weeks. What other tricks could we play? And one of them was an upside down
100
darts week. Well, we did do a challenge. We're not going to give you a week of it, but we did do a challenge with some of our players playing on an upside down
41
setting. I won't say more than that. You can work out whether they're stood on their heads or not. But that video is now available on the YouTube channel. Go and give it a watch. See how the players fared.
The Super Series YouTube channel. It's just a gift that just keeps giving, isn't it?
Yeah, we're very lucky to have this, as you mentioned, purpose-built facility where
100
we can get the players involved in all sorts of things. It's serious from the time the tournament starts, but all the players really do get involved in that kind of thing and have great fun doing it.
It's like any venue in World Darts. You can see it and watch it on your screens, but until you've actually been there and experienced it, it's very difficult to try and explain. And this is one of those venues that is very special. Within the amongst the darting fraternity, you know, somewhere everybody wants to come and play, and that's what makes these venues special. If you're a dart player and you want to perform in these places, then you've got to get out there and make it happen.
Well, Sheldon is certainly in charge of this game at the moment. Laura Turner kind of declined as the day's gone on, hasn't she? And we did say, are those defeats early going to get to her, those 3-2 defeats that she suffered?
Could be a little bit more about fatigue being doing the commentary. It does strain your mind doing commentary.
41. Laurie require 90.
She'd rather be here, Scott, than cutting grass or herding cattle. And Katie Sheldon finds herself in the wrong place there.
71.
In fact, found herself in the wrong place twice.
Requires 66.
Yeah, I think I would have gone for another single 19 myself. She'd already been in that area. Here we go.
26. Katie required 32.
Dodges a bullet again. Katie Sheldon there.
Game shot on the second leg. Katie Sheldon.
So 2-zip. Sheldon
Third leg, it's
in
Katie
charge and on the charge and quite happy about it.
$60. $60.
Well, throwing darts again from Turner, but just not in the
83.
desired area she wanted.
$60. $60. $100.
Turner not letting Sheldon get away here in this leg.
44.
Keeping her under some pressure.
And this will be the opening match of tomorrow.
60.
Fixtures reversed. Back at 1 PM for the final day of this group, but we're here at 10 PM tonight, and as we mentioned, plenty of other content
44.
for you to watch. The full final from Series 8 available. Probably the most dramatic final we've had at a Champions Night. We've got upside down darts, we've got dart swap,
85.
some feature-length interviews as well, if that's more your kind of thing. Something for everyone.
138. Laurie Ruck 136.
Looking for a treble with the last.
60. Katie requires 72.
To be on this occasion.
To win it
60. Laurie requires 76.
would have been her first win. Still could be, but Laura Turner has a chance to avoid that fate of 5 straight defeats for now.
Game shot on the
And
third.
she manages it.
Laura Turner.
Will Sheldon be looking back at those opportunities? 2 darts missed at double six for a first win of the day. Or is it just delaying the inevitable?
26.
Not a good start when you're on throw. Just won the leg. Momentum all with you.
100.
Katie Sheldon squeezes the last dart between the two below the treble 20 into the treble 20.
60.
Maybe that's one of the traits of her game, and she does that. And doesn't mind those lower darts on the treble.
26.
Oh, she falls into the 26 trap as well, does Sheldon.
85.
That really has let Turner back into the leg.
I think winning or losing this match will impact
80.
either player mentally. Is there something a little more positive about actually winning on the stage today, especially with it being the final game? Or do you think both will be bitterly disappointed with how it's gone, regardless of the result?
No, I think there's a little glimmer of light if you could manage to win this last game. I think
41.
you'd be bitterly disappointed with the rest of the action, and you'll be heading back to your hotel or wherever you're staying, and
140.
and be thinking, well, yeah, but I've had a bad day, but I've managed to win at the end, and that's going to kickstart me on to tomorrow. It has to be your attitude as a dart player. You've got to think a little bit differently.
45. KG record 155. 69. 58. Katie requires
So
86.
to get it done, 54-32. No need to go for another 18.
46.
And Sheldon sets it up.
41. KT required 40.
Double top. Double 10.
20. Laurie
Can't quite cross the line,
145.
Scott. It's difficult to do if you've not done it before.
No, it is difficult. That double becomes thinner and thinner. 25 becoming in here.
105.
So
KT required 20.
a chance. Only if Sheldon misses. And she doesn't.
Shot and the match.
She wraps
Katie
up
Sheldon.
a 3-1 win on double five. You can see how pleased she is to finally hit double and win a match. And you can see Laura, no animosity towards her whatsoever. Well done, mate. Good on you. Super, super stuff. So that concludes our 15 games for today. We will head to a short break and we'll see you on the other side.
So Group C is at its halfway stage. And Scott Mitchell, the players that we thought would be near the top are the ones near the top.
Yeah, we are. You know, I was hoping for a little surprise from Katie Sheldon, being a friend of mine, but yeah, the bookies were right, and yeah, the top two really did stand out.
We'll have a look at the results from today, and well, it started with victory for Rhiannon O'Sullivan against Dita Hedman, and those two went on to win all of the remaining games. O'Sullivan going through the card, winning 5 from 5, Hedman 4 from 5. It's difficult to see past them as a two going through.
No, they would have come here having a plan to get most of the majority of the work done, so that they just had a little bit left to do tomorrow, and if that was their game plan, it's totally worked for them.
Could it be a blessing in disguise, similar to what we saw on Champions Week with Andreas Harrison, for Rhiannon O'Sullivan to have fallen into Group C, where she's actually able to be the dominant force?
And yeah, absolutely, because if she comes out of Group C on top tomorrow, then she goes into Saturday's finals night really confident, knowing that, you know, I spoke to her earlier, and she said it was very difficult to get used to the surroundings. You can see it on TV as much as you like, but till you're actually here, you don't understand what it feels like. And she said she took time to settle. If she wins Group C, she'll be all settled enough and ready for Saturday night.
Yeah, she's top of the table. Dita Hedman a close second, just 2 points behind. That match between them, the only difference really. Look, she's just evergreen, isn't she? She's just got that class, and it doesn't leave you. Or it doesn't leave her anyway.
No, it certainly doesn't leave her. She knows how to win games. She knows every angle to win games. She can grind a game out. She can blow a game away from the front. She is, she's learnt, and she's still competing at that ripe old age, and it's just a number. She's still there with the best of them.
Yeah, enjoying it here as well, and looking likely to go through. But of the chasing pack, Trina Gulliver started the day very well, didn't she? 3 wins. It tailed off towards the end of the day. She's still in the mix, though.
Yeah, very much so. I think, you know, we said if you'd have given her 3 wins at the start of the day, she'd have took that. But once she's got those 3 wins in those first 3 games, she would have liked to have picked one of the last 2 up and really kept herself in the mix. She's not out of it. It's all there to be done tomorrow, but early doors, she's got to pick up those first couple of games to threaten the top 2.
Yeah, speaking of needing to win early, we mentioned it in comms. Having lost to Dita Hedman in her last game, does Natalie Gilbert now need to go and win the match between them, their first game tomorrow? Yeah,
you would think so. You would absolutely think so. And we mustn't forget Katie Sheldon and Laura Turner. They've got nothing to lose now. Are we now going to see them throwing with freedom and not the tight arms that we've seen off them today, sort of waiting for a win? There's some other factors to can be coming into it here.
Certainly are. Well, let's just have a look at how the table lies after the first day's play. Rhiannon O'Sullivan on 10 points, Hedman 8, Gulliver 6, Gilbert 4, Sheldon 2 with that win, a first win in a couple of days here, and Laura Turner yet to get off the mark. As you said, that those two will be kind of free running, but say if Sheldon wins that opening game and then Gilbert can get the better of Hedman, suddenly things start to look possible if she can have the day of her life.
Yeah, absolutely. Knowing Katie, she don't feel like she's out of it. That's for sure. She'll be very positive on what's going on, but yeah, we've got a lot of doubt still to play in this Group C. There's no 2 ways about it.
Let's just have a little chat about this evening. We've got Lorraine Hyde, Lorraine Winstanley, Vicky Prume coming in. Kirsty Vinakainen, who of course was the only player to beat Bo Greaves in Group A, and Fallon Sherrick will be the big favourite. Excited about that?
Yeah, very much so. I can't wait to come back and commentate on it. I think there's a certain amount of pressure that Fallon will be under being the favourite. She'll know that she'll be favourite for the group. But it's one of those things that Fallon doesn't seem to shy away from pressure. The more pressure she's under, the better she performs. So I'm expecting her to go really well tonight.
Well, we'll see you then. Thanks, Scott, for this afternoon. The Super Series continues tonight. Fallon Sherrick in action from 10 p.m. with Group B getting underway. And then this group will return from 1 p.m. tomorrow. And on day 1, Rhiannon ran riot. We'll see you tonight.